I'm just gonna play it like this. I think this will be the best way to do it. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I want to turn up the volume. This game is story-based. This game is story-based. If you would like to carry along, hi Seal, welcome in. If you'd like to pay attention and stick around, I would definitely pay attention to the story. Ask questions if needed. I don't mind explaining while we go along if you miss anything. So I'm just going to turn up the audio. It might be a little loud, but this game is basically like a movie, so I want us to get the full experience. It's not a sequel, it's just another one in the series. So they're all different stories. So there's Man of Medan, then there's Little Hope, which we played because Man of Medan wasn't great. And then this is the third one in their series. Yeah, I really liked Little Hope. All right, shall we begin? I'm doing Forgiving. Of course. If you don't want spoilers, I don't mind. No worries. Yes, House of Ashley Tisdale. Let the wire go right into my boobs. You're so correct. So this game is based in the time period of the in the middle of the Iraq War, so that's why we're gonna see a lot of like military stuff. Ew! Oh my god! What a wonderful way to start. Jesus.
No! I don't want to die!
Silence! Your words are meaningless here. Your blood will pay the debt our king demands. Your sacrifice will lift his curse from our land.
General Barato, forgive me, my lord. The king demands your urgent presence.
No, this is
God
BC.
smile on you. For now. Take this one back to the cell.
Before Christ.
You're in luck, Gutian.
Luck? No. No luck for these dogs.
General, we should leave this place. The king, his madness threatens to swallow us all. This temple is cursed.
No, we're
Rather die
not.
in
We're
this
after
cursed
Christ.
house than perish to the plague and famine out there. We have our orders, Captain.
Or AD, yeah, after death, or whatever it is. I don't know, not religious. So yeah, this is the way past.
My kingdom. I know it, girl. I see everything. Look around you. Is this hall not famous enough for my mistakes? Do the gods not bask in its glory? The Gutians are coming, General. The moon god sends an army to destroy us.
Are we good? Are we, you guys can see everything fine, everything's fine?
Good. And what news from below?
There are hundreds of prisoners, my king. Their sacrifice will take time.
Time is no longer in our hands. No matter. The blood of this army will nourish the sands. The sacrifice will be fulfilled. Starting with this one. Tell me, General, does she remind you of anyone?
My king?
Do you not see a hint of your own daughter in her? What age would she have been now?
18.
18. What a tragedy this plague has been. Kill her.
Oh!
By your command.
Oh! Oh! I did the right button! I mean, was I really gonna go against the king, like, or the queen? I was like, why would you do that? Just causing yourself an issue. Right? Yeah, that was very violent. I mean, obviously this is violent if anybody has a weak stomach. Oh! Well. Okay. Not just tossing it. Oh, he's got an arm. Hey, Eva. Oh, prison, honey. Oh. Oh, he's done. Oh. Oh, you better not. Oh! No. Oh! Jesus. This is where all the drag queens go. Haha, how's your head? Wow. Let the rain fall down. Can I change settings? Oh, I can. Which I can't see over here. Yes, oh my god, you can change to Xbox. Yes, thank god. I mean, PlayStation. Okay, keep going. Hi, Worthy. Let me get comfy in my chair. Hopefully there's not a quick time. Hey Arabella, how you doing? I just turned on the volume, Jesus. Oh, stairs. You take the moon and you take the sun. You take everything that seems like fun. That was what I would be saying during all this. I'd be in the middle of all the army men going, and you take the moon, and you take the sun. Just war happening, just singing the Chowder theme song. Hi, Serena. Rada, 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 rada. Oh, bobby pin fell out of my hair. Let's put it back in. Oh, it's falling out again. Okay, it's whatever.
Gods give me strength.
Thank you for the lurk, baby. I love you so much, Serena. Serena's wearing my merch at work. Serve. Oh. They're fucking dead. Nope. I'm right here. I'm right here. What's going on? What was that? Me just interrupting these very intense cutscenes. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, 69. Nice. Not the Wendigo twist. Not again. Why are you fighting? There's something outside the door. We have a bigger thing to fry. Can we calm down? Oh, don't let that in. You better shut the door. You better lock it. Yeah, stop fighting. Can we just like... Do you want that in here? I don't.
What have you Arcadian done to unleash such force?
We've been cursed. Our king has cursed
That's a
us all.
sample.
We thought you were the demons. We were wrong. My king sacked the temple at Nippur. He builds this temple to call for forgiveness. But the gods don't listen.
Nothing like men having a war over nothing.
My king?
Free of his madness now, as our will.
Free to die.
This is your temple. What can we do?
There is a way out through the catacomb.
You think I should trust you?
We have no choice.
Arcadian!
Tajiki doll, I can't wait to see. Thank you for purchasing some merch. I love you so much.
Help me with this.
How did you escape that thing? I don't like games that go into the future and then the past and then like they do time hops. But we'll see how this goes.
Follow me. There is a way out through this tomb.
Tomb?
Yes.
Oh, it
The
smells like
buildings will have
poop
done.
down here.
Come.
Oh, someone pooped. Oh. What was that? Oh, dear God. Oh, not one of these. Jesus Christ, here we go. They love to do the heartbeat. This is my heartbeat song, and I'm gonna play it up. Not again. Uh-oh. Oh. Ooh, a rat! It's Remy the rat.
How many men died for our
2032 BC.
Their
Remy the
sacrifice
rat.
was for nothing.
It was just a bug. I would have been like, oh! What was that? The Queen of the Pyramids has arrived! And let me tell ya, I ain't no geisha. Sorry.
Here, help me with this.
Wait. How many? Take a shot every time I change the volume.
You first.
We're safe down here.
You first.
He's kind of hot, not gonna lie. I'd fuck him. Sorry.
What is this that adorns you?
Nothing to concern an Akkadian. How do we get out of here alive?
The enemy of my enemy.
Is a friend.
We help each other.
I just wrote ashes.
There is always hope.
On him saying you first, then like
What
this
was
bromance of like, no, actually,
How
I'll
many
go
ways
first.
did
I'm sorry.
We're not alone down here.
We just
Over
go through
here.
the door. Well, it looks like we're not going through the door. I mean, like, these aren't the main characters, so obviously they die, but like, what was that? Ew! Ow, 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 ow! I don't want to see that thing's face. Oh my god. Oh, they said we're done.
It's coming!
No.
Akkadian!
There's no escape. Our only hope is to stand together.
You're gonna fight that thing?
We both run.
Then we both die. Ready your sword.
Well, okay, I'm not gonna betray him. That's messed up. Help him! Oh. Help him, he's hot! Oh! Oh! Get his ass! Get him! Push him down the well! No, don't let it run away! Fish is gonna come back and fuck you! Oh, he's dying. Oh, he's dying. What was that? Ew, what is it? It has like wings. I can assure you it's not a Wendigo this time. That is not a Wendigo. Oh no, he's hot. Come on. Oh, wow. That was a great opening. It's giving very Midnight Mass. I'm gonna watch it soon. What a lovely prologue I'm not scared of. Oh, I can't skip it. I didn't want to skip it, but I wanted to change the volume. But I guess we're just jamming. I should have bought this on PS4 so I can play with a wireless controller.
Well, what is this that I can't see?
So how's everybody doing? This is really loud, I'm sorry. Did you hear that? I can't head bob too much, this wig will come off. Hi, Arrow! Sleep well! I actually couldn't hear it. Could you do that again? Yeah, that was real. They love having an intro for that guy.
On the edge of an abyss. Your survival depends on the choices you make.
Oh, I know.
They will be as a compass, guiding you through the unknown.
Into the
Find
unknown!
the path to salvation, or be lost in the darkness forever. Let me speak plainly. You're about to make
I remember
some
his
difficult
dumpy.
decisions. Decisions that will affect the lives of others.
Okay.
How those decisions play out will become clear over time. It's good to see you again. You're probably keen to get started. Let us not
Yeah.
delay any longer. As you are aware, I am the curator, the custodian of tales. My purpose is to keep a record of everything you do, every decision or mistake you make. This is my repository.
Is it a repository where you poop?
Filled with untold stories. Stories about friends and enemies.
Oh, 15 months,
loyalty,
Ava!
Life.
Congrats! I think you're very close to another sub badge, which I think is 16.
Understand that I am
Enjoy
not-
your emotes. We have some new ones coming soon, hopefully.
Although, I have been known to bend the rules from time to time. To descend into the unknown alone is extremely brave.
Into the
Or extremely
unknown.
Perhaps there is more to you than meets the eye.
The way I'm not even listening to him. I'm like, okay. We
Let
we
me
heard
give
it
you a
first
few
time,
words.
Grandpa. Let's get you to bed,
Throughout the
Peepaw.
story, you will encounter certain pictures. Pictures which allude to
I'll do
possible
it.
outcomes. I suggest you pay attention to their meaning. It could foreshadow a future best avoided. But alas, sands of time have run out for us. We'll meet again soon to see how you fare. Or fail.
All right, take a shot. Like, how loud? How excited? Well, 52 sounds like a nice number. Still really loud, but okay. Jason Kolak. Confident, intolerant.
Colonel, good trip?
Eric King. Rational and insecure. I can tell by that haircut.
Not particularly.
Welcome to Camp Slayer. You're early.
Oh, why do I have to make a decision?
Apologies for arriving early, Lieutenant. Things are moving fast.
I hear you, Colonel. Glad to have you on board. Techs are ready for your presentation. As soon as we get word from the CEO, good to go.
No lash on.
Read this.
Didn't you hear? There's a new king in the castle.
The choker.
Wait.
You want to go to war with the choker?
This is my assistant, Clarice Stokes.
Dr. Clarice Stokes.
Oh, she's a
Okay.
doctor.
First Lieutenant, Kolchak.
Well, the briefing room?
The choker proves the time period. Here comes Ashley, I think. Where's Miss Tisdale? Oh, are they making whoopee? Oh my. Is that Ashley? That is not.
What's up, Maureen? Can't you keep up?
That is not. They did Ashley so dirty with this player model.
This could be our last time together, Rachel. After what happened at the checkpoint, I thought I was done.
Oh, he was done.
These last few weeks, you've lifted me up. I don't know where I'd be without you.
Oh my god. It's from the down where it's they did something wrong with her like chin and neck.
I'll be there in 5. Fuck, it's him. He's early.
She looks good from like up here, not the shot from like when you open your front camera.
Put your clothes back on. Straighten up.
What?
Hey, Rachel, are you gonna tell him about us or what? You and Eric have been apart for a year. Whatever you had, it's gotta be over. Come on.
Maybe I just don't think this is the right time.
That's bullshit. There's never a right time.
Is this?
I promise. Soon.
I'll see you at the briefing.
Shit.
Oh. See, now it looks like Ashley. Are they really? I honestly, like, wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to, but, like, my brain kind of checked out. They're making Ashley a what?
You'll have to excuse the noise and disorder. We're just getting the base set up. Blows my mind. Only a few weeks ago, Saddam was living it up in here. Chowing down in candy bars while some poor bastard clipped his
Oh, can we put some water in the
Nice
pool?
image.
If only you could see the state of this place now. Makes me smile. You got the CIA, you got the Army, the Marines, DIA.
Oh, I get to move.
Air Force. Hey, everyone's invited. Everyone wants a piece of history. God bless America.
Some nice ambience. Oh, the radio. Oh.
I see you, old man. You're busting out those reps.
Hey, you come join me. Maybe I'll teach you a thing or two.
Later, we have company.
Yeah, maybe Miss here would like to watch me get my sweat on, huh? You gonna spot me, little lady?
Oh,
I
yes.
see you just fine from here, thanks.
Ignore.
Ew, not this creep.
He lacks social skills.
I guess
Hey,
every
Reese.
unit has its resident jackass.
Sergeant K. This is Lieutenant Colonel Kane. Just taking him down to the briefing room.
Yeah.
None of these men are hot to me. I'm sorry.
I'll see you in there, Marine. So, what's his malfunction?
I literally don't
Nick
either.
ain't been himself lately. We got caught up in a shooting a few weeks back.
Lord Dom.
Nick took it hard.
Is he combat ready?
He's a big boy, sir. He's ready.
The music.
Damn, Joey, they got you sitting behind a desk? You want me to make a call?
Nah, I'm all good. People who sit behind desks don't tend to catch so many bullets, you know? So this must be the one and only satellite guy.
The one and only satellite guy. I'm Eric King. Lieutenant Colonel Eric King.
Is this nerd gonna be on our team? Like,
give the Colonel full site access.
Oh. That was rather rude.
Sir.
Yeah. If we lose Ashley, I'm quitting the game. We're not finishing it.
Out about this, she's gonna flip her shit.
That's my wife you're talking about.
I had no idea. I'm sorry.
Nice work, hotshot.
Sir, I'm so sorry. Rachel never said she was married.
We've been working apart this last year.
Oh, this is her husband? Oh, and then the other people, the other guys who she's fucking. Oh, gotcha. I get it now. Took a minute. This is Ashley Tisdale's husband. Hi, Maxie. How you doing, baby? Happy to see ya. Hi, Dina.
Brett, let's get you set up.
I hope the bandwidth can cope with the data.
Thank you so much for joining, babe. How are you doing?
And I'll leave the heavy lifting to you.
Where's Ashley? Where's Ashley?
Deal, lady.
What is this place anyway? Looks like an old.
Hi, Navi.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh my god, can you imagine Brenda Song and Ashley Tisdale take the army?
I think if his dance partner stepped on his
They take on, like, paranormal entities. Serve.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe when we're done, I'll let you spin
Yeah,
your mind a little.
What was that? Are they talking about fucking? Guys, we're here, like, okay. We're here to work. Not to be rude, but the last thing I would be thinking about in the army was having sex. I'd be like, we're literally on the, like, we could get shot. Like, I'd be like biting my nails and eating food every day.
Mrs. King.
Eric, this is my team. And if you want to brief them, you clear it with me first.
I should have warned you I was moving the briefing forward.
Hi, meow meow.
That's on me.
Oh, thank you, Maxie. I appreciate
But
it.
things escalated. I had to move fast.
I have a duty to my team to stay ahead of the curve.
I understand, Rachel, but CENTCOM has given their orders.
Orders?
I'm now commanding.
Oh my god, I'm dealing with allergies too, Dina. They're so bad this time of year. I don't know why.
I didn't mean for you to find out like this.
It doesn't help that I'm wearing this titty bib and my, like, chest is congested, so I'm like...
Somehow I doubt that very much.
This is from SOC Central. It confirms that Lieutenant Colonel King has assumed control of this operation.
What?
I'm gonna need access to your network.
The Nemesis Network?
Name?
Dr. Stokes. You can call me Clarice.
Oh, Miss Clarice. The doctor.
Dr. Stokes, please prepare the presentation.
You
The
found
stairs.
something?
Just giving in the bun. Oh, we're playing as Eric. Boot.
Fuck is that? Modern art or something?
Shut up,
This
ugly.
is footage from the highly classified Kalis program.
That's supposed to mean something to me.
It's a thermal
Maybe if you would
satellite
shut up and
system
pay
that I
attention.
pioneered.
Oh, well, I'm impressed. Please, pioneer away.
You
I
behave
hate
like this
men.
in all your briefings, Corporal?
Boys are just eager to catch a break, sir. No harm meant.
Very well. Satellite sweeps of the war zone have uncovered what appears to be an underground storage facility.
The way I'd be so petty, I'd be like, drop it, give me 20.
Further investigation, but I
Drop it, give me 20, and also clean the floors with your tongue.
Saddam's chemical
You
weapons are
beast.
hidden.
We got you, you son of a bitch.
CENTCOM has given the green light to raid the facility and seize any weapons on site. Hostilities may be over, but there are holdout groups of Republican Guard all over the country. They could deploy those weapons at any time, so we need to move fast. The Army is giving us a ride out there in their helos. On arrival, Lieutenant Kolchak will lead the
Helos?
facility.
Like the cars in
We're secured
Halo
to carry out a
3?
full weapons inspection.
I don't know. It just sounded like a Halo car.
Now listen up. There's been a change of leadership, but Rachel's operational expertise and local knowledge is just as valuable as ever. She'll be flying with us, and I want you all to show her the same respect. Any questions?
What the fuck we waiting for? I'm ready.
That's tribal territory out there, Colonel. Make no mistake. Those people are feral. I take it we're getting their support?
Sorry.
Nah. Too many birds could bring them down on us. We move fast.
Not their
in,
feral.
fast out.
Me.
Yeah, that's pretty much what your mama said to me.
Hey, careful, boy.
What?
If I didn't pull out so fast, it could have been your poppy.
All right, that's
Okay.
enough. Sir, what's your call?
Kill all men.
We keep this thing small. If it goes south, I'll pull the plug and we can bug out.
With all due respect, I think that's the wrong call.
With all due respect, Lieutenant Kolchak, it's not your decision to make.
This feel right to you?
Merwin has a point. If we spin up too many helos, we'll increase our chance of being spotted. Any concerns, see me after the briefing. We go dark until weapons are secured.
I think that was the wrong choice, but
CENTCOM will mount a rescue.
if we can kill off some of the men, I'm for it.
Can go down in 24 hours.
I'll quit being a bitch.
I'm just saying, that's all.
I will literally
This is
shit
why we
in your
went to war.
breakfast. I do not
This
like
is
you.
what gets us out of bed every morning. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. This is how we stop Saddam.
Where are the gentlemen? Show me.
Be ready in 1 hour. Dismissed.
3 out of the 4 of them don't have manners.
Clarice, help me set up the equipment.
I'm on it.
The way I'm already
I don't know,
plugged
man.
and the game just
Don't
started.
feel right. I'm getting this tingle down the back of my neck.
Oh, sweetie. Look, good rub down will sort that right out, huh?
I'm serious.
Ew!
How are you feeling about this?
That's what you get from spending too much time with Eric.
Is there anything you can do?
I'm
Ugh.
gonna download the latest satellite data. You can have some alone time with him.
Thank you, Clarice. Eric, we need to talk. There's something I have to tell you.
You should know, it wasn't my decision to take over your operation. Rach, this is it?
No.
Everything I've worked on these past years.
I'm not gonna lead him on.
It's ready.
Just tell him, girl.
This is the big break we've been waiting for.
This isn't about us, Eric.
I just want things to go back to the way they were.
Oh wait, we're not playing as Ashley. I'm sorry, we're playing as this man.
How we left it, things weren't so great between us.
Yeah, break his heart.
Worse. A lot worse.
Hi, Jess.
Nothing has changed, Eric. You know that. You and I, there is no you and I. It's over.
Please.
Oh, period.
Don't say that.
You better break up with him,
I'm not wearing
Sharpay.
a wedding ring.
Oh, you're not wearing your wedding ring. Well,
Hey, be careful with that.
I sold it.
Oh, shit, sorry. What you got in that box of tricks anyway? What the fuck is that?
What was that?
Ultraviolet light. We use it to sweep for explosives.
Let me have a go.
No. How much longer for that download, Clarice? I need it ASAP.
Is 5 minutes ASAP enough for you? Downloading data now.
Good. I'll check the satellite maps.
Not the greatest bandwidth.
We work with what we have.
Can you sign this 1348?
Huh?
Equipment release form. Can you?
Oh, sure.
The way I don't mind her, like, ex-husband, but, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, he wears her ring like a necklace? Oh. Oh, I thought he was gonna rip it off like Scarlet that one time on the runway. It's a lot of fucking reading. I can't do that today.
Good. Stay focused.
I do not want to talk to any of you. I'm sorry. You have the file done, Clarice, bestie. No, I literally don't want to talk to any of you. Not a single person here. I don't even want to talk to myself. What's Miss Tisdale got for us? Nothing? Damn it. No, literally. What is this? Is this a bullet? A grenade? Like, what is this? What's going on with his wrist? A limp wrist!
Is this what I think it is?
WP, sir.
White phosphorus?
It's just for popping smoke. That's all.
These are only to be used for cover. Understood?
Understood.
A Kinder Surprise egg,
Saddam's the one who's
please.
breaking weapons conventions, not us.
Oh my god, my legs. Oh my god, wait, you're so right, though. Like, actually.
You think we'll bag Chemical Ali at this facility?
If he's in the vicinity, we'll get him.
That almost makes it worth the risk.
Almost.
Well, you know, I'd still rather be sitting behind a desk. Sir, I've heard some fucked up stories about the border. You sure you don't want air support? There's a chance we'll need them.
I feel like before I played this game, I needed to read a paper on the Iraq War, because I have no idea about the Iraq War, and they're like
jeopardize that.
making references to this war, and I have no idea.
I've made my decision.
Maybe I should have paid attention in
You
school.
feeling lucky, Lance Corporal?
Well, my parents owned a horse named Lucky.
He's a horse girl?
He ran away.
Oh, never mind.
Bet the
His
phone
horse ran
numbers.
away.
I have a good feeling we're gonna clear up.
Don't call him a horse girl.
I wish I shared your optimism, Colonel.
Wait! Ashley Tisdale's here. Wait a second. Do you remember that one song Ashley sang? He said you're amazing. Na, 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 just like that, eh? Do you remember that song? Da, 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 like that. When another he shed, she shed. She had bobs back in the day. The way I want to perform that song, actually, wait a second. Wait a second.
What the hell?
The first song I ever performed in drag was Fabulous by Miss Tisdale. So this game means a lot to me.
Possibly under construction. It's safer this way.
You want me to feel safe?
I want fabulous. I want fabulous.
Tell me, Corporal, are you afraid of heights?
Please.
He's afraid of heights.
Force recon. I've trained in high.
We push him off a cliff.
Low
We make him climb something really high and then push him.
Hostile conditions that would make most men wake up screaming for their mama.
You paint quite the picture. I hope you're more than just mouth, Marine.
Climbing gear. Fucking pencil pusher.
Huh? What did you say about me? What was that? I'm right here. Are we done, Clarice? I don't want to investigate everything in this room. I'm done. Clarice, I'm done. The name Clarice sounds. Oh, she's done.
Download's complete.
Finally, Jesus.
Get the helos.
I feel like that was longer than 5 minutes, but you know.
What?
What?
You want to ask me something? I can tell by that look on your face.
What do you think of him?
I take it you're talking about the skipper? He's a nice guy. Around here, nice don't cut it. What do you think of him?
Like he's got something else on his mind?
Okay, he's kind of hot. The one Ashley is sleeping with. Yeah, he's hot. Because I think it's the same person from Man of Medan. I think it's that's the same person. Am I wrong? I think it's the same character. Not like lore-wise, but I think he was in another character, Salem. Some dumpy in the camera. I sniff it. Sorry. Just one sniff. Those like TikTok comments that are like, just one sniff, please. They send me. Oh, someone's dead. I have to play as him? Who's Zane? Zane? Zane X? My bestie? In a testy? From Providence Testy Bestie? Are they in the bad? Yep. Hello.
Zane?
Zane X, come out. Ashley Tisdale's in this game, Zane, come out. Oh.
ربي يا زين تاني اهبل.
Yeah, it really is all over the place. Like, actually, Lollipop, you're so right.
سليم جاركون ابو زين.
طبعا رجعت؟
ايوه رجعت. هو زين مع
Wait, it changed time periods? This is World War II?
ايوه طارق هما مع بعض.
راحوا ياخدوا الاتوبيس بقالهم ساعة. كله بخير؟
لا كله تمام. اصله كان عيد ميلاده وانا جبت له هديه.
دي نية كويسة.
لما يرجع ابعتهولي حالا.
ما اقدرش اقول امتى هيجوا، انت عارف الولاد.
اي وقت ابعتهولي لو سمحت.
Oh, gotcha.
طبعا.
لا يا ديني. مش دلوقتي.
What's wrong?
كابتن بصري اهلا.
يا ملازم لازم نتحرك على طول.
انت بتقول ايه سعادتك؟
العدو جاي يا سليم. العدو جاي علينا دلوقتي.
العدو؟ يا فندم الحرب خلصت خلاص وخسرنا.
لا ده كلام فارغ، محدش اتسلم. العدو جاي ودي ارضنا.
Oh, is this the other side? This is the people that Ashley and their people are fighting?
يلا شوف جايين علينا. بقول لك احنا محتاجين كل راجل في مكانه لحسن طيارتهم توصل عندنا.
That emo?
ما اقدرش اعمل ده يا فندم. ابني محتاجني.
ده امر يا جندي مش طلب. ده واجب عليك.
فهمت.
Okay, that's just messed up. Like, literally, like, I just need to find my kid. Like, let's like calm down. Like, you don't need to pull out your gun.
هرجع البيت قريب.
That's so sad.
خلاص يا دار. دي آخر مهمة.
Oh, after this, I'm done. He was done. Yeah, I should have read up on this more, because I just don't understand, like, the time period. But I guess we're learning together. We're all here together, besties.
Roger that. Tango Mike, over.
We'll see you on the other side. All call signs, silence, silence, silence. Coyote 2 out.
Oh, prosthetic leg. That was a nice little touch they threw in there. They said, we're gonna give you a little hint. Gonna be a little precursor.
What's your mama and the Bermuda Triangle have in common?
What?
Why are you fucking enlightened?
They both swallow Marines.
Yeah, that's pretty good, boy. Hey, look, your mama's so nasty. I called her for phone sex, now I got a fucking ear infection.
Well, damn. How long you been sitting on that one?
Oh, yeah, you like that? I got a shit ton more of those bad boys lined up.
Yeah, that's what your mama said.
You two want to cut the bullshit and focus on the mission?
Yeah, why are we just making your mama jokes? Like, shut up. What?
That's between the sheets.
I'm surprised your mom lets women into your bedroom.
Oh!
Don't want her getting jealous now.
Hey, the fuck y'all laughing at?
Push him out! What?
Sergeant K, I need you to establish contact with the AWAC.
I actually got reads. You better.
Sergeant K, are you with me? Yeah, I got it. Contact CP every 4 hours. Hey, whatever's going on in there, compartmentalize that shit. I need you here with me. Can I count on you? I'll ask you one more time. Can I count on you?
Yeah, I got you.
I got your back, Nikki. No matter what.
I know it.
Make sure you do. Semper Fi.
Semper Fi.
Semper Fi? What's that, some kind of Boy Scout thing?
It's a Marine thing. It means always loyal.
I don't know how I feel about this cast.
Marines have a boatload of superstitions.
I mean, like, obviously Ashley is the carry, but, like, this cast, booger.
They say to never look back when you're disembarking the helo. Otherwise, you curse the whole team.
That's gotta be about the stupidest thing I have ever heard.
Clarice, don't look back. We're gonna get cursed.
Yeah, well, maybe. But as I see it, why take a chance?
Eyes forward at all times. You look backwards in a war zone. It's no wonder you get your ass shot off.
I hope his parachute doesn't open.
It's what we were sent here to do, and may God be my witness. We're gonna succeed.
Amen to that, brother.
Hoorah! Hoorah!
Yeah, quite literally. There was, like, one character in Little Hope I liked. Yeah, I didn't like that little, like, chant. Like, the bros. Like, bull. I mean, at least there was a hot guy. There was some development in the characters in Little Hope, but, like... I think Ashley's new BF and Ashley I like the most. Then Clarice is second, and then all the other idiot men I hate. Thank you, Red. I appreciate it. True.
How the fuck did you have to go and do that?
Not live, laugh, loving.
العساكر الأمريكان جم. Sir, we've been made. Awaiting orders.
I don't know.
Fan out and hold fire. We're gonna psyops this shit.
Do you think I know what commands to give to a team in the army? I don't play Call of Duty every day. You know what I do? I do my makeup. I sit here and... Oh. Yes, Ashley speaking Arabic. Queen.
Now! On your face now!
That was a serve.
Behind your back!
Oh my god, that scared me.
Clear room! Clear! Compound is secure. Prisoners are playing ball.
Roger. Get Corporal Merwin to pop yellow smoke at the LT and bring in the Colonel.
Oh, the popcorn kernel. Yeah, me too. I was actually, I tell the story a lot, but I was on my way in a bus to New York at the time of 9/11, like the day of, and then my mom called the bus and was like, turn the bus around. So
Lieutenant Goldcheck.
Definitely scary.
No shots fired, sir. No casualties. Farm is secure and we're processing captives.
Captives?
Have you located an entrance to the underground silo?
Negative, sir. If there is one, it's well camouflaged.
If there is one. What does that mean, Lieutenant?
We have yet to carry out a full search. We'll find it, sir.
You took a risk giving up the element of surprise, Lieutenant. But it looks like it paid off. No casualties and clean work.
Thank you, sir.
Nonetheless, any holdout Iraqis might now be on high alert.
My team's ready for anything, Colonel.
That went smooth.
Are you sure?
You think?
Got the place locked down tighter than a virgin.
Do not finish that sentence, Corporal.
Thank you,
Are
Ashley.
you ready for questioning?
Yeah.
Thank you. Round of applause for Ashley. Shutting down the misogynist.
Anyone so much
Jesus Christ. Can we shoot him? God.
I don't know about you guys, but something doesn't feel right about this place.
Oh yeah? So is that this,
You know what's wrong with this place? This guy.
I keep hearing about.
Yeah, you want to find out what happens when you piss it off?
Stay still. I'm just gonna pat you down.
Can we do... Okay, hold on. I don't mean to do this during stream. Hey, Siri. What was the Iraq War about?
The Iraq War was a protracted armed conflict from 2003 to 2011.
2011?
That began with the invasion of Iraq by the United States-led coalition which overthrew the Iraqi government of Saddam Hussein. Would you like to hear more?
Yes, please.
The conflict continued for much of the next decade as an insurgency emerged to oppose the coalition forces and the post-invasion Iraqi government. An estimated 151,000 to 1,033,000 Iraqis died in the first 3 to 5 years of conflict. U.S. troops were officially withdrawn in 2011.
Thank you, Siri. Thank you, Siri. Oh, you didn't want to say, don't mention it on the mic? Okay, that's what I thought, Ava. Right? That's why. Okay. I was just making sure. I was trying to like put context, because like this is, I really didn't do well in school. It's not that I just like am not, I mean I am not educated, but you know, I didn't pay attention in school because I was getting bullied, so I don't know any wars really, except for World War II with obviously like Nazis and stuff.
السلام عليكم يا أخي. لازم أسأل السؤال ولازم تقول الحقيقة. فين مدخل مخزن السلاح؟
I'll make him talk.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. There were not good options
Stand
there.
by. I've got this.
هسألك مرة تانية. فين مكان المخزن؟
What is that? Is that a curse?
The hell is that?
Oh my god, it's a curse.
Some kind of effigy.
Possibly pagan.
No.
ايه ده؟
Y'all gotta get the fuck out of there.
What the fuck?
انتوا كام هنا؟
Why did you touch it? Yeah, what are you doing? Oh, it's over. He started bleeding from it. It's done. We're done. We're dead.
I've had enough of this. Corporal, keep an eye on the captives.
You heard her, Marine.
Okay, let's not touch anything else. Let's leave the set alone.
Tell me where the silo is. This man was armed, ma'am.
Everyone in this country is armed.
Oh, she said no shit.
دي بندقية كبيرة قوي.
I'm sorry, Lollipop.
أكتر من اللي أنت محتاجه للغنم.
I know, it's horrible.
فين مدخل
All of this stuff I just don't like. Like, I wish this game wasn't... Oh! Fuck you! How dare you spit in Ashley's face, you sick fuck?
Stand down, Lieutenant.
It's the only language these people understand.
Okay, I didn't agree with that. I just did not like that he spit in Ashley's face. That was nasty.
Are there any more captives?
Yeah, in the other hut. Follow me.
أنا راجع حاليا وبعدين هتتكلم.
Keep a firm eye on this one.
Yeah, but I wish this game, like, wasn't war. Like, I don't think we need to, like, reopen any of this. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess it's, I guess, cool. Uh-oh. Looks like a fight's gonna break out between these two. I mean, literally everybody in this fucking cast is misogynistic to Ashley. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I want you all dead. Like, what did Ashley do to you?
There's shit here.
You got something to say, Sergeant?
Look at the ground. What do you see? Jack shit. There was a silo. Where's all the tracks? Nah. Man, this is a fishing expedition. His precious Kalis has got it all wrong.
We follow orders, Sergeant. The search is far from over.
Aye, sir.
I have some chips I'm gonna eat. Oh, wait a second. It might, hold on. Everybody, let's gather, let's hold hands. Everybody on the count of 3. Happy birthday to Jewel. Happy birthday to Jewel. Everybody sing along! Happy birthday to my schnookums. Happy birthday to Jewel. Everybody follow FB Jewel now! I think it is Jewel. I think if not, they definitely take, they're like, people that worked there work on top of it. I'm not sure though. I think it is though. This is the...
Happy birthday to Jewel. Happy birthday to Jewel. Happy birthday, dear Jewel. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much for the biddies for Jewel's birthday. I'll make sure to spend it on the baby. We'll put that towards the baby fund, Jewel. Yes, Brian, you better sing. I think it goes Until Dawn, Man of Medan, House of Ashes. Nope. Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes.
أنا بشخص الحكومة الأمريكية. انت في موقف صعب جدا. مهم انك تقول الحقيقة.
I'm wearing 2 pairs of gloves, actually.
فين مدخل المخزن؟
Oh, Jewel, do you like this wig? I think this wig would look lovely on you, honey. I know you love this wig.
That's heroin.
Oh.
It just keeps getting better by the minute.
What was that?
People are nothing but common crooks. What the fuck was Eric thinking?
I want this place turned inside out.
What was that? Okay! I'm glad we stopped to wish Jewel a happy birthday, cause shit! It's picking up. Oh, Oh. Get the misogynist!
Down! Get down! We're up on the ridge! Return fire! Go!
Oh dear God. Me and Fortnite? Sorry. Maybe a little ill-timed. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Damn it.
That was fucking close.
Someone kill him. Someone kill him, please. Rocket launch him. Someone murder him.
Where are you? Rachel! Back! Stay back!
The way if Ashley dies, we're restarting the whole game, I don't care.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
You didn't kill anyone, you shot one person. Your aim sucks.
Fuckers are dug in like ticks. They're closing in. We gotta get to Joey. Yeah, fuck you too!
Oh, the poor glasses guy, I feel bad.
Let's burn fuckers out with WB! You can't use phosphorus against people! Oh, come on, you rather us hold hands and sing Kumbaya around the fucking campfire?
Shut the fuck up for a second and let me think.
What you think about, huh? We're getting massacred! Permission to use WB!
No.
Negative.
No.
Only use it for smoke. I'm gonna flank him. Give me some cover and get Joey out of there.
I'm not gonna take notes from the misogynist. Sorry about it, girl boss. Well, we're not gonna today. Oh my god, that was hot. Sorry. I know Ashley's getting that good dick from this guy.
I'm fucking dying, Nick. Bullshit. I know you're hurting, but you're not fucking dying.
We not bring him into the
Still,
house?
calm down.
Like, we're outside.
You can flesh when it's a paper cut.
Let's get cover.
Just hold still.
Not it's like a paper cut. He got shot. Oh. No. No.
Say it for him.
Oh. Wait, that was really sad.
What are you waiting for? Spread out and fight back!
Not Joey J.
All call signs, this is Dropkick. Silence lifted. Can someone give me a sit rep on the contact? Over.
Dropkick, this is Killjoy 2. We are under fire and going down. Targets have advanced.
Hi, Dylan. What was that?
This get any worse?
Can we run? Earthquake?
Get down on the floor, I swear I'll put a fucking hole through you.
Doesn't anyone speak English anymore?
That wasn't right to shoot him. Why would you shoot him? Why would you shoot him?
You better not miss.
This is the dad! Oh no. Don't kill him! Don't kill him! Oh my god. Literally an earthquake.
No fucking way.
Rachel! Rachel! Oh shit!
Oh! What would you do? Oh. Oh, that's the mouth. Oh, they built over it. Oh my god. That's what 2000 BC with the creepy monster. They built right over it. That's the temple the god lady person died in. We're playing as the hot guy now, thank god.
Shit.
Oh god. We can't have this guy die. Does it matter what you do? Does it, like, Joey die no matter what? That's sad. Not deserved. They should have killed the misogynist. You have more of those.
Jason! Jason? I'm close, man. I'm coming.
Yeah, right? The ground was so, like small, too. Like, it was very, like skinny. You know what I mean? Oh, we were supposed to go this way. Sorry. I didn't know how to describe it besides skinny. Like, you know, it was like, the ground should be like, you know, earthy.
You gotta be
instead of, you know, tiny like that, you know what I mean? Earthy ground. Also, what was that? What is that? Oh my. We just got a ladder. Can we get an escape rope like Pokemon and just escape the caves? I use my max repel.
Fuck is this place?
I would simply grow a jetpack out of my butt and shoot up into the sky. I want to show y'all the back of this wig, but I'm not doing it for free. The back of this wig is a terror show. I would spin around in my chair, but it's literally scary.
Well, ain't that something? Where on God's green earth have we landed? We need to get back topside, regroup with the rest of the squad, and signal for medevac. This place ain't no weapons silo, but it's sure as fuck crawling with Iraqis.
Show us
Nick?
the back.
Sergeant K, pull yourself together. Eyes wide.
Not the bits. What am I gonna do?
I saw something.
I also would like to see.
Not a hype train being close. Can we get a hype train for the back of this wig?
Should have never gotten up that helo.
It's gonna be like not even that bad if I show y'all.
I swear to God, do not get God involved in this bullshit. Now, I don't want to hear another fucking word. You pull your shit together right fucking now before you get us both killed.
You gotta believe me.
No,
Thank you both for the
this,
biddies.
Sergeant. You didn't see shit.
I'm just putting another pin in. It's bad. It's not gonna get good.
Something's not right. I know you can feel it.
Only thing I'm feeling is that I got my work cut out with you.
If the hype train shows out, I'll show the back of this wig.
You ever seen anything like this?
This wig.
The hell is this place?
Pass. Flunked history at school.
Me too. I'll show it either way, but I would like to see the hype train.
You don't feel it.
What, Nick? Feel what exactly?
I don't know, some.
I don't feel shit.
You sure about that?
Okay, I'll show it anyway. I don't think anything else is gonna happen. The extension's right on it. The clip, this clip right here. Isn't this gorgeous? If you saw me, would you be like, wow?
VIP guest list leaving boys breathless when we get reckless. My laugh is infectious. Roll up in a Lexus, me and my girl come through. Let's get this.
If you saw me from behind in the club, would you be like, damn, let me see that face, baby? The clip on the top, yeah. Thank you, Ava and Renee, for starting the hype train. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Gray and Tashiki Doll, for the bits to show the back of my wig. You know, I'll remember that one. Can I charge my phone in that? Yeah. I thought of putting a cigarette in it, like in the back. That would be campy.
Oh, shit. What the fuck happened to your teeth, buddy?
Oh, thank you, Mia, for gifting a sub to Dina. The bestie Dina. Oh, did we go up here? Hello? A yas with the hype train. Thank you for starting a hype train, everybody.
This thing is heavier than it looks. Give me a hand.
Renee!
Some more muscle.
Thank you so much for all the biddies. The bountiful biddies.
That's Merle.
What was that? Oh, is this the... Oh, that's so sad.
Stop squirming around. It's bad. He's bleeding out. We have to cut him down right now.
No, we don't have to.
Tag, buddy.
No, we don't.
Nick, I need you here.
We don't have to. No, we don't have to. Oh, what does he have, like barbed wire on him? Oh, that's so sad. You're bleeding out, you misogynist. Boo-hoo. You want to make a mom joke now? You want to degrade women now? You piece of shit. Sucks to be you. If they make me do a quick time, I'm not doing it. My controller will be right here.
Hurry the hell up.
I will not be doing anything. No.
Look out for what?
Jesus, who the hell loaded these packs?
Clarice!
What the fuck just happened?
This is in the trailer. What if she was like, LOL, got you? Can we drop him? Did Clarice just die? Because she just died.
He's bleeding out. You gotta take care of this.
Can we just leave him? I don't want to save him. I don't think you understand the anger this guy...
Shut up. Hold it fucking.
I have to do it because we're gonna all die if we don't shut him up.
I need you with me, Nick. Nick, you're killing him! Nick, he's up! Morphine's kicked in.
I could have killed him there, damn it. He can't still be alive. Like, there has to be another opportunity to kill him. There's no way Clarice is dead. They couldn't just kill her like that. That would have been so fucking rude. She'll win the game within a game. Is that Ashley just on the ground? Oh no, it's the dad. I want this guy to survive. Like, I feel like, poor guy. I actually like this guy a lot.
أنا الملازم سليم عثمان لكل الجنود. أنتوا فين؟ حول.
I have fat titties. Oh yeah.
كابتن دار قادر تسمعني؟ عد الرسالة حول.
Yeah, there's no way she's dead.
Captain.
She probably just got like lost in the caves or something. She'll probably reunite with like Ashley or something because we don't know where Ashley is. Her name's literally Rachel and I'm just calling her Ashley.
دار إذا قادر تسمعني أنا مش عارف في جهف بحاول أخرج حول أخس
Oh really? She didn't get an intro? I thought she did. I guess we'll just have to see to find out.
النهارده استحمى اسمع موسيقى انت في العيد ميلاد ابني بس لا دق على باب انا لا لما كان جايين بص احنا فين دلوقتي والله ما انا عارف انا فين.
Thank you all for the hype train. I appreciate y'all so much. Making my dreams come true. No, but like seriously, y'all keeping me afloat, so I appreciate it. Love y'all. Oh my god, the AK-47 in Back 4 Blood and Left 4 Dead, in Call of Duty, in CS:GO. What if they did a red? Oh, they look great. Oh, don't follow the blood trail. I'd be like, I'm done. Oh, and I'm done. Interesting. I think that's the smallest cast ever then. Ashley husband. Wait, no. Oh wait, yeah. Ashley, so yeah, 5. Gotcha. Wow, they really killed Clarice then, huh? That sucks. Damn. Oh, we have to walk down here. Hi, Marshall.
Hello.
Hello. Ooh, you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about Burger King. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah.
كان يحب يشوف ده.
Yes, we are playing the game. It's just like it's a It's like Until Dawn. It's like those games that you play and it's like story. So it's like a movie, but you do decisions. Yes, Ashley is in the middle of a love triangle. We're currently in the depths of something with crazy monsters running around. Oh wow, that kind of scared me. Run, Selim, run! Run! Oh, they don't like the light. Oh no, I don't want him to die. Please don't die. Oh, thank God. Was that like a xenomorph? What was that? No, please don't celebrate. Oh my God, I'm scared for him. Shh. It did have wings. They have wings and I think four... Like they can like crawl on all fours. Not that I'm about to have like trauma talk. They're gonna be like, why don't you love me anymore? Ashley's like, I don't care.
Are you okay? Are you hurt?
I'm good. Did you see Sergeant K? Kolchak?
Last I saw, they were together.
I tried. Something's interfering with the signal.
Love that they said Ashley's the main character, but we haven't played as her yet, and we're like an hour into the game.
You know I've got your back, Rage. Stay close, you'll be fine.
I'm pretty good at looking after myself, Eric.
It would seem so.
Carabiners, quick draws, rope, light. Shit. Okay.
All good?
All good.
Let's do it.
Oh, Hayden. My queen.
Well, that's a steep drop to nowhere.
Jesus.
We've got rope.
No.
Hey, look. There's an airflow.
I say we climb.
Oh, smart girl.
So when did you start smoking?
Voiced and
Excuse me?
the model is based after her.
It's nothing. Just something I picked up back at base.
It's just a lighter. Why did he freak out? Where did you get that?
Are you ready?
Okay.
Are you?
It's literally just a lighter. Like, everybody has one.
This place doesn't look much like a weapons silo to me.
If there's nothing down here, then why were we attacked?
There's a war on. People tend to shoot each other.
Why am I zoomed in?
I guess we could classify this as quality time.
Shut up!
And I always did have a different view on quality time.
Oh, drag him.
Doesn't this remind you of old times, Rage?
You mean the sense of feeling lost?
I dragged his ass. I can't. That's so fucking funny. Oh my God, I'm almost crying. That line was too good. She's just not that into you. Okay, Jesus, can we hurry down the stairs? God. Oh, she said move.
Floor seems stable.
Yeah, it looks fine.
Oh God. What if she dropped him? What is this like angle my person's playing at? Relax.
You've got a certain cool under pressure.
What do you think this place is?
Hard to say. These carvings look religious. I think we may be in a temple. It's Pazuzu.
Pazu who?
Pazuzu. Do you not watch horror movies?
You should know the answer to that.
It's a Sumerian demon. Something to do with plagues, I think.
It's a demon?
Plagues and demons, huh? Great.
And we're just gonna pretend like there wasn't a statue of a demon we found here. Is that not a red flag?
Great, that's all we need.
Quite literally.
Think we can move it?
Looks jammed pretty tight.
Where are we going? We're going down there.
What is it?
You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
I thought I heard something down there.
No, you did. Trust me, you did.
Even in ruins, this place is still something special.
Wonder what happened here.
What was
That's
that?
gunfire.
Where's it coming from?
We should move.
No, literally.
Can you make anything out?
It's deep. That looks safe to you?
No.
It's our only option.
Get the rope. We're going down.
Get the rope. Oh, rope play. Yes, we get to play as Rachel now. Yes, Ashley. Let's go! Okay, I know we just got to play as Ashley, but I'm gonna use the restroom and get a drink before we play as Miss Tisdale. The servage we're about to get. I literally have to I have to go like this around my apartment because the roof is so low. Okay. We're back. Let's hope nothing terrible happens to Ashley, because I would like to drink my drink. Watch, this is gonna be a quick time right here. She's gonna fall off her rope or something.
Unbelievable.
We're not the first ones here. Damn it.
What?
All this crap must be what Kayla's detected.
How could you have gotten it so wrong? You look around you. You went through all this shit for what? Like a few barrels and crates?
I'll learn from this. I'll go back and work twice as hard to rewrite the program. Kalos will be stronger than ever. You don't think I can do it? You don't believe in me?
Haven't you done enough damage already?
What do you want me to do? Just walk away from it? Give up?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh!
The hell is that?
Subsidence? From the aftershocks? This looks like archaeological gear. Somebody was studying this ruin.
Hey, we could use those lamps. The light could guide the Marines to us.
Do you think that still works?
Oh, this is gonna, like, attract the demons.
It'll work. Just needs gas. We need to find some.
You regretting not calling for additional air support yet?
Oh, there you go, reading my mind again.
Fuck, that's a hell of a lot of fireworks.
Jeez. I'm trying to just eat some chips. Wait a second, Ashley.
All call signs, this is King. Does anyone copy? Over.
If you would have told me that I was playing Ashley Tisdale in, like, an Iraq war kind of video game, like, a couple years ago, I'd be like, you're crazy.
Eric, come give me a hand with these cans.
About time we had a little luck.
How's the lake holding up?
Leg. Oh, you mean the prosthesis? I lost my leg back on the highway.
Oh.
Don't. I still feel guilty.
Oh.
I didn't make it easy on you, Rach. I know that. You weren't to blame for that crash.
Come on, let's get to work.
Shine a light on the tank.
Okay, I'm not gonna take a sip of my drink. Something's happening. One misstep and Ashley's gone.
What's wrong?
Fuel tube's worn loose. The damn valve is leaking.
Can it be fixed?
We have to secure the tube before starting the generator. There's gotta be something here to fix it.
Find some duct tape. Oh, I got some right here, baby.
They're tough. Each and every one of them. They'll muscle through.
Isn't there duct tape on this?
We need to get these lights running ASAP. I can't see shit.
Oh, found it! Got you.
I found some duct tape. See if we can jumpstart this generator.
Dear God. Ashley doesn't know, but we know what's happening. God, he scared me.
You got it?
Yes! Sorry.
What you said back at the base. You were wrong.
Doesn't sound like me.
You said nothing had changed between us. But I've changed.
Have you? Sorry.
All that time spent away from each other. Couldn't stop thinking of you. Don't you feel the same way?
Nope.
Even a little?
I meant what I said. It was over between us the minute that truck hit my car. Nothing has changed.
It's not how it feels from my side.
It's definitely how it feels from mine.
Literally a sit. I almost said the word that could get you in trouble on Twitch.
Hold the fuel pipe.
Squirrels in my pants for Ashley.
It's done.
Wait, she sang that song too.
Hey, give me a hand with this panel.
Look at the state of these.
They're shot.
Think we could do this with a little less attitude?
I'm trying to work.
Why do we leave things like this?
I tried. But you made it so hard for me to stay.
We should have stuck together.
Fuck you!
I don't think either of us expected to be out of each other's lives for so long.
Past year or so, my head's been buried in Kalis, and I was blind to anything else.
Can we get the lights on?
Your work is bigger than the both of us. Like, I don't think either of us could have foreseen the impact it would have.
Rach.
Say what's on your mind.
I've missed you, Rach. Like you wouldn't believe. Back then, I don't know, things seemed confused, but now, it just seems simpler.
It's the past, Eric. We have to put it behind us and look towards the future. Otherwise, we're just going around in circles.
I'm happy to look to that future.
I'm not. Can I buy a vowel?
Let's fire her up.
I don't like this man. I've missed you so much, Rach. I love you so much. I've missed you all this time. Shut up! First of all, I heard you the first time. We don't need to have the conversation 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times.
We have power.
Jesus.
There was a way in for these people. There's a way out for us.
Let's take a look around.
What was that? Oh, we switched.
Wait.
What the? This Batman? Those things look gross. Oh my god. Gross.
We gotta go through it.
Won't make it. We'll wait safe.
This way.
It's gonna be a heartbeat thing. Oh my god, they are scary. Oh, I hate things that crawl and I'm like, oh, they're nasty. I wish we could just kill this guy we're carrying. I haven't forgotten about him. I still don't like him. Oh, I'm gonna mess this up. Oh god. Can they not see us? Like, do they just like... Do they just hear? 18 months, Necro. Thank you, baby. Thanks for using your Prime on me. Oh my god. Oh, they see like bats. You're right. They do. Because they're actually, they look like bats too. They see like brats. Speaking of brat, oh, not that tiny little like interaction, and then we just go right back to Ashley Tisdale.
Let's go. Wherever you are, Nick, I hope you're safe.
Sorry? Did you say something?
Yeah, I did. I have a new boyfriend. And you're nothing. You are nothing. You are nothing to me anymore.
Maybe climbing out of the cavern back there would have been the smarter move.
Nope.
Locals were spooked by these mountains. Can't say I blame. Eric, take a look at this.
You think it still works?
Let's find out, shall we?
The tape is all tangled up.
It's fine, I can fix that.
So when did you stop wearing your wedding ring?
When did you stop wearing yours?
I didn't. Always close to my heart.
I've moved on.
Stopped wearing it the day I left. I've moved on, Eric.
Period. Get your hands off me!
Have you forgotten what this ring means to me?
Okay!
I want you back, Rachel.
I don't want you! Ashley, slap him. Can I have the option to slap him? We were good together. There's someone else now.
We were pretty damn good together.
No, 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 no. Okay. No kissing. I just don't want them to get mad at each other before they, like, have to run from a fucking demon.
What do you want from me, Eric?
The truth can be a good start.
Okay. Say there's someone else. Do it now.
I know you better than you think, Rachel. You lied to me about that lighter, and it wasn't about a secret smoking habit.
Eric,
Tell me
please.
the truth.
Don't do this.
Admit it. There's someone else, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
The bones of this temple are drenched in blood. We have set foot on an uncharted shore and roused something ancient and wicked. A blasphemy that comes in indescribable shapes and forms. For eons we lived as children.
The way she jumped, she said, "Oh, oh, oh!"
Unaware of the horrors that slumber beneath our feet. Now we have blindly thrown open the gates to madness. I fear being taken, but I must do what I must.
Sorry. Let me explain for anybody that's just coming in or has missed anything. This is taking place in the middle of the Iraq War. So our characters are Marines. They flew over and they were on a job to investigate. Then they experienced an earthquake. The earthquake fell them down into this, like, chasm we're in. And that's really it so far. Except for, like, tiny character developments. It's only really them two that has character developments. The love triangle between Ashley Tisdale, her ex-husband, and the new guy. This is the ex-husband. And the other guy is in the other group that was running away from the demons.
We must seal this place for eternity. For all mankind. Mary, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a... Oh, okay.
Hello? Shit.
Who is that? Who is that?
Kill them all. The hell is going on?
I don't know, man. It was not supposed to play out like this.
Any call signs, this is King. Contact, contact! Taking fire! Does anyone call me? Over!
That's Rachel! King, this is Mailman 2-1 actual. Say again, over. King, this is Mailman 2-1 actual. How copy, over? Damn it!
Let me go. Listen, you leave me here.
Okay. Okay.
Down. We need to get to Rachel.
Yeah, I agree.
I said leave me.
Yeah. We'll leave. You don't have to tell me again.
Marwin, those are not Iraqis.
And?
Whatever the fuck they are, they're mine.
Okay, have fun. Have fun.
Go.
Bye. Yep, I'm leaving. Bye.
We leave him behind, or we die with him.
What?
Go. Get out of here.
No, buddy.
Oh, we are leaving him. Bye. Let's go. Boo doo 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 doo. I walk away. Can we see him die? I want to see him die. I want to see him die. I want to see him die. Kill him. Kill him! The misogynist is dead! Yay! We won. We won. We reapply my lipstick to celebrate.
Something simple in this goddamn place?
You're not serious. That looks decades old.
That's all we have. Can you see him?
Yeah, he's coming.
Oh dear. Why aren't they shooting him? Oh. Ashley used diversion. What if they add Ashley in DVD because of this?
Rachel!
You better save her now.
I got you, Rach. I got you.
I will restart the game. Not even lying to you. Oh my god.
Help me!
Oh my god.
You gotta stop struggling!
Oh my god.
Rachel, grab onto something!
I can't see! It's too dark! Come on! Fuck!
Damn it, Rachel, will you hold still?
Ah! I don't like the situation we're in.
I'm so sorry, Rachel. I'm so sorry.
No. I'm not doing that. Are you serious? No. What the fuck?
Over here! Help!
Why would you do that? No! I'm not killing Ashley! I will have you both die if you're gonna die. I'm not killing Ashley fucking Tisdale.
Colonel, hold on!
No, 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 no!
Why is that even an option?
Rachel!
There's no way. 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 There's no way.
What nightmare have these luckless souls fallen into? Poor Rachel has been lost to the darkness.
Oh, the
What
candle
of
didn't go out.
Jason and Nick, brothers in arms, but are they really as close as they appear? Or will it be a case of each man for himself?
I couldn't even, there was no way to do anything else.
Let's not forget that they've already left one man behind to die tonight.
She's not dead, there's no way.
Which brings us to Salim. He seems level-headed, an almost reluctant soldier, perhaps.
There was no splat, and the candle didn't blow out.
An unwelcome fate now awaits our survivors, trapped beneath the earth, swallowed by the void.
There's no way.
One by one, their lights will be snuffed out.
There's no
Unless
way.
you can find the means to save them.
Y'all. Why did they really make us kill Ashley like that? They tried to make us do it twice.
With the affairs of others, but it does keep things interesting. I can
All the gays during that are probably like, no.
as long
Absolutely
as you're willing
not.
to keep this strictly between ourselves.
What did you say? What did he say? What did you say, sir?
Very well. At least you'll have no one but yourself to blame if things don't pan out quite as you intend. That's all for now.
I can't. That was so rude of them to try to kill Ashley 3 times. There's no way she's dead. There can't be. But like, what would she land on that she survived?
Where's Rachel? Where is she? Rachel!
What happened to Rachel?
We were ambushed by the enemy. He opened fire on us. And Rich, She fell.
Oh, and she fell.
I held
Sorry.
on. Held on as long as I could.
Rachel!
We gotta move. Colonel, we're sitting ducks.
Can we go down there?
Now.
Over there.
Let's go.
I mean, now it's just, like, bad because, like, we could have blamed him for the death, but now we can't. If she did die. You know what I mean? Like, if we would have cut the rope, we could have blamed him on it to do it because he did it intentionally. But now, since he did it by accident, he can't take the blame. You know what I mean?
Slow down.
Like, I wish I would have known if she would have survived or if she is alive.
The Iraqis are the least of our problems. They're not following. This is Mailman 2-1 actual to all call signs. How copy? Over. Joey, report in. Over.
Joey's dead.
The fuck you talking about?
The Iraqis tore right through him. He died in my fucking arms.
Wow.
Oh no, not Joey.
The way, like, everybody's
We need
dead.
to get out of this. We gotta lock this place down. Form a defense perimeter and buy ourselves some goddamn breathing space.
Lieutenant, what did you mean when you said the Iraqis are the least of our worries?
You believe in God?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
Well, start believing. We are under attack by... I don't know what. And you wouldn't believe me even if I tried. Hell, I don't believe in out there.
Monsters.
Monsters? Come on, you're jumping at shadows.
Sir, with all due respect...
Lieutenant, we're trapped down here with an enemy Iraqi, maybe more. Whatever you think you've seen, it's bullshit.
These statues.
Nick, take a mental picture and snap the fuck out of it.
Oh.
What is this place?
It's not the silos, that's for sure. This mission's a bust.
I can fix this. The satellite. We'll go over
Sorry.
the data to improve the algorithm. They're clearly teething problems.
Understood, sure.
You got us into this mess. You better get us out.
Do you want to repeat that? That's what I thought.
Who didn't pay the light bill? Not the demon being like, I'm gonna turn off the lights.
Go check it out.
Oh my god, this is the room with the leader in it.
Saddam's chemical weapon silo, huh? Run for the fucking hills. We're all doomed.
Kill the
So
lights.
much for Eric's pioneering thermal satellite system. Eric's gonna have some pretty tough questions to answer.
Wait, weren't we just in this
I wouldn't
room?
like to be in those shoes. There's the generator.
Please.
Let's go take a look.
Weren't we just in here? Hello?
Need a hand here.
I'm on it. Someone's taking a serious dislike to this thing.
Sabotage.
Looks it. Watch my back.
What a copycat. Ugh. Oh, I know Jared's gonna be blocked.
Stop fucking around. Hurry up. Does it look like I'm fucking around? Good job, Sergeant.
What was that?
Stay alert.
Dropkick, this is Mailman 2-1 actual. We're heading deeper. Over.
Acknowledged. You be careful in there. Dropkick out.
These code names. Dropkick. Shut up.
Let's see where they lead to.
I don't find this game scary though. Like everybody was like, this is the best one since Until Dawn. I'm like, is it? Oh.
Fuck. Watch your step. There's a trip
The way I could have just killed them there. Okay, let's defuse it before we both step over
Clear.
it.
It looks simple enough.
Counter explosion?
Nah. Just need to cut the trigger.
What if he dies? Oh.
Gotta be the guy who shot at Eric. Motherfucker's hunting us. Dropkick, this is Mailman 2-1 actual. Do you copy? Over.
Dropkick receiving. How's it going out there, Kolchak?
Your friend sprung an IED on us. We're good.
I need to lean back for a little bit.
She's left any more love notes.
I've been
Over.
sitting up so these tits.
Dropkick out.
He's moving up.
Shame you warned him about the tripwire.
Oh, that was shady. He said you shouldn't have warned him because I don't want him to survive. Thank you, Tajiki doll. A lot of my looks for the rest of Halloween are in my breastplate, so I didn't think I was gonna wear it today, but you know, here we are. What was that? That's what's filling them up. That's why they look so bountiful. $59. That says A59. Instead of boo, it's boob. So true. I haven't done really any like scary looks this Halloween either.
For us down there.
Shh. Listen. Is that Joey? He's alive.
It's not possible.
You heard him just now.
It can't be.
That is definitely him.
Is he a zombie
It's
now?
this fucking place, Jason. I'm telling you, I saw him die.
All due respect, buddy. You're not your usual self. Can't know for sure.
It's a trap.
We don't know that.
No, Serena, there's
I'm not
demons
leaving
going
anyone
around.
behind.
Serena, no.
Hey, somebody want to tell me what's going on here?
We heard Joey through the tunnel.
We think we heard Joey.
It was him, all right. Gonna rescue him.
Let me remind you that I make the decisions. I'll lead the way.
Okay. Anyways.
No, I'll take the lead.
Not without me, you don't.
No, I think it was just a reference to her lip sync on Drag Race. Lollipop.
Oh,
لازم اقول له لا اتخانق لوحدك مش هتخانق معاك.
Chicken Feathers is definitely Joey, please.
طريقة تانية من هنا. لازم يكون في طريقة.
No wig on. What was that? Oh. Not the demon getting up. Get out of there, bestie. Get his wallet.
Dark.
Let's like casually like run out of here. I mean, like, couldn't you like climb? through that hole. Maybe. Not examining where the demon's moving. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be sick. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, dear God. Worried. No, why are we taking the stuff off of the demon? Oh my God. All right. It's the way he could have just ran and didn't have to deal with this. I don't want him to die. No. Oh, the light. Where's he going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh, he's hot. Oh. Oh, he's so hot. I knew I liked him. I like that we can fully know that it's a demon, but we still haven't seen their faces. Like, why? Like, what are they trying to hide? Who are these people? Oh, just randoms that are about to die to the demons. Girl, they're gonna get their shit rocked.
Over there!
Oh, wow. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Hi, baby. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? We're here for Ashley. Well, she fell off a cliff. She's not confirmed to be dead, but the story is making us feel like she's dead. So, I'm plucked. How was the rest of Back 4 Blood? I had an amazing time hanging. I just wish I wasn't having issues. I think I fixed it. I had some OBS settings that were changed, and I restarted my computer and my internet. She really did. Bop, 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 bop to the... Oh. No, I feel that. No, I really do. I have, like, no sleep on the weekends because I work on the weekends. But I usually stream later on the weekends because it's a weekend. But I'm exhausted. Playing as Nick. Okay.
Check your corners.
Me too. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you, babe. I love you so much. I literally just sang that song. I hate you. He should see that you think you're amazing. Oh. If this man turns into a zombie, we're gonna have an issue. Okay, he's a zombie. What is going on?
Gomez, right? What actually happened to him?
It's Pazuzu.
He died. Whatever's out there now, sure shit ain't Joey.
Well, in battle, these things are often difficult to judge.
What's that supposed to mean?
You could have been mistaken, Sergeant.
I know what I saw.
Hi, Kaiser. How are you doing, babe? Oh, yes. Everybody follow Kaisa, please. A new bestie. Very happy to meet them tonight. It was
We've lost
great.
enough today.
I'm sorry, sir. About Rachel.
The Derek Barry
Is that
microphones.
so? Kolchak told me people called her the Queen Bitch.
Not by me. I knew it better than that.
It is, I think. My OBS changed some settings, and then I restarted my internet and my computer. So I think we're fine now. I think Back 4 Blood just wasn't also optimized to the best of its abilities. But I think it was my OBS settings.
That damn old.
Saw fissures like this back at the temple. Best guess is the quakes opened them up.
If this man is literally a zombie, I'm doing great though. I had an amazing time earlier. You were such a fun time. I hope we can do stuff in the future together. I hope we can hang out.
Is that blood?
Something really
Hi
fucking
Kai,
nasty
thanks
went
for the
down.
raid. Thanks for coming in with the raid. How you doing? Thank you! Yeah, for Halloween I've been doing like a bunch of Halloween looks. It's been crazy. I've been exhausted, but I think the Chucky one is my favorite so far. I haven't worn a lot of blonde this Halloween too. That's really weird. Uh-oh. This is the area we were in earlier too. Why are we just going around in circles?
No, double time. Joey needs us now. We gotta hurry.
Joe, that you?
Take it slow.
He's right. Advance with caution.
God. I mean, he literally died, so like, if he is alive, like, come on. Oh, you're the guy that killed Ashley Tisdale. You deserved it. Wait, I don't want to keep shooting people. What if it's Ashley? What was that? You're throwing grenades underground. Oh, that's what I was fearful for.
Fucking aura. This is Mailman 3 to Mailman 2, 1 actual. Come in, Lieutenant.
Not Mailman 1 to Mailman 2.
This is Mailman 3 to Mailman 2, 1 actual.
Oh,
Come
sorry,
in,
2
Lieutenant.
and
Over.
3.
Mailman 3 to Dropkick. Colonel, are you there? Over. No.
Why are they killing off the best characters? I can't do this. They're about to kill this guy, I swear. Oh no, he's hot. I think I would survive this. I'm built different. If a demon came up to me, I would just hit him with my tits. Then, you know, life goes on. I said that to some guy on Tinder and he just didn't get it. And I was like, okay.
Over there is a demon.
What was that? Oh, we're gonna do a heartbeat. Here we go.
We can get through this.
Why is this kind of hot? Sorry. The two hottest characters right now.
They react to sound like bats. They hear you. They hunt you.
So they are bats. Okay.
Seen their weakness. They burn in sunlight. Like any living being, they can be killed. Stake through the heart. Your bullets will only slow them down. Even a truck falling on them just makes them angry.
Odd.
We do this together, okay?
They're like demon bad enemies.
Move into a flanking position and get its attention.
We're about like an hour or two into the game.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
My two fave characters right here. Please don't die. I beg. Is that Ashley? Don't even show me Ashley's dead body. I can't. I don't. Dear God. Be very quiet. I'm hunting bats. Oh my God. My anxiety levels right now. I need to breathe. Oh. So nervous. Wait, the light's right there. Can you just stand in the light and it'll burn? God, he's so hot. Jesus, who plays him? Get him! Yes! That was sexy.
I've seen ugly in my life, but never that ugly.
Up
what
the butt.
Fuck are we up against?
Oh my.
Those things are everywhere.
Never before have I ever seen anything so vicious.
Hi Kay. Happy to see you. How you doing? Thank you.
What do you think those things are?
You know what? I don't know. I didn't think to ask. How about you?
I don't know what they are. I shouldn't be here. I should be home. With my son.
Oh, I feel so bad for him.
I hear you. Family's everything.
I should have never come here.
We're having a good one, Kay. Had some issues earlier. Thankfully, you helped me out.
Oh, man. You really shouldn't be here. How old?
Old enough to think he's a man. He's only still a boy. He just turned 18.
Oh.
Oh. Big day. Big day. Let me tell you. Best present you can give him is to make sure you get home today.
Okay, let's go.
It's the only thing keeping me going.
He's so hot, and he's a dad. Fuck yeah.
Well, if we're in hell, I guess you should at least know my name. Nick K, Sergeant.
Salim Osman, Lieutenant. Iraqi Army.
I will help you raise that kid. I will be the mother of your children.
Mailman 2 and actual to Mailman 3. How copy over?
Hey, solid copy, LT. I see your light. Keep moving forward. I'm just ahead. Over.
I'm coming to get you.
You're friends, but they're not doing anything dumb.
Find cover. Go. Go.
I just don't want them to, like, shoot him, like, as soon as they see him.
My God. You were right. What the hell is that thing?
They sure ain't as pucker, don't it? Shit, Nick. You waxed this thing all by yourself?
No.
Sergeant K, you all right?
Hey, listen to me. The Iraqi, he's behind us. We can take him alive, but we need to move now.
What? That isn't what I said. That isn't what I said!
I don't want to hurt you.
Make a mistake, you're gonna... Soldier, put your gun down, now!
No. You lower yours first.
Drop
He's gonna die.
Or we will fire!
I'm so
Are you
annoyed.
hearing me? Drop your weapon, now!
If I didn't come this far to die
The
by
guy's in the
friggin'
back too. He's
happy
dead. Salim's dead.
American.
Oh, well. I mean, he was annoying, so I don't really care.
He's gone.
Good.
We've lost him.
Well, no, Salim
can't
doesn't
leave
like
him
us
here.
anymore.
We gotta get back to the temple.
Not bad, but I know we're not gonna be able to hang out with him anymore, and I think he's gonna die. Which sucks. That isn't what I wrote. It literally was like, the option was like, the person is behind me. Like, it said intense, the person is behind me. Which, in my mind, thought, okay, he's behind us, but I don't want you to get alarmed that he's behind us. Because he's going to come out and help us. Not... Because if he lied to there wasn't a good option there either. They weren't going to be nice to Salim. It was either, oh, I did it myself, I'm lying to you, and you're going to see this random person behind me. Or the option we did. Dumb. Oh well. I really don't care about this man. That was annoying. So...
Fire in the hole.
Yeah, Ashley Tisdale's ex-husband died.
That's the last one. Should at least slow them down.
Long enough to spot them on the cameras.
Mr. Can't take a hint when Ashley told him she doesn't want to be with him. She's probably like, thank God.
We should reset that chirp wire. Give me a hand.
We've been in some fucked up situations before.
Never as fucked as this.
If I gotta fight these things, there's no one else I would want by my side.
know I always got your back, buddy. Come with me.
I mean, he literally did deserve it, though. He was annoying.
This is something else.
You think?
Wonder how many places like this we've bombed without a second thought.
These relics are better off in the dust.
Yeah. I mean, he had no depth to his character. He was
people didn't ask for
the leader, and he was just squirrels in my pants for Ashley.
Why are you defending the enemy, Sergeant?
You and me both know they're not all our enemies. Fuck, Jason.
This about the girl at the checkpoint? Shit, Nick. How many times?
Not really scary. It's more actiony, which I really don't like.
It's just a bag of groceries. We fucked up.
That girl's death is getting under your skin, buddy.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it is. Isn't it getting under yours?
We still have the east flank to cover. Eyes open. Let's go.
So true, Serena.
Took a hammering.
Those things must have come through here in force. Whoever manned that weapon took a stand and held them off.
Before they got massacred from behind.
At least we'll know if Ashley's really dead if it goes back to the narrator.
Your bottom dollar.
There's a candle smoked out.
They could come again.
I can't believe they made her the main character, but even if, like, she hasn't been in this at all. Even if she comes back, she's not even going to be the main character. The main character is this guy. Whatever his name is. Ashley's new BF. Dumb. Yeah. Yeah, right? Literally just like Scream Queens. Not Stream Queens. Yeah, I do like him, yeah.
Closest I've been to hell.
I don't like the guy we're playing now, though. He looks like he would call me a nasty word. If he saw me at, like, a gas station.
More crap. Right now, I couldn't give a crap if it was the crown jewels of England.
Oh, this is the door the other people went through in the past. Oh, what was that?
Perfect. This looks like a good choke point. Any of those freaks coming up from below are sure to pass through here.
Set some charges?
Yeah. Yeah, rig these pillars for maximum coverage.
More likely to see the trip wires, though. You think those things can tell a difference?
No.
We shouldn't underestimate them.
I don't think they can.
The sides, we're more likely to catch them out. Smaller spread, but the explosives are better hidden. What do you think?
Those things are devious fuckers. You're right. We plant the charges to the side of the hall.
All right. They won't see this one coming.
Right? Quite literally. It's like the way that they automatically...
Your brain taken away. What is it?
Should have given her a second warning.
Oh.
Fuck, man, I wish I hadn't asked. I'm through talking about this.
Yeah?
What's left to say? You know that checkpoint was a prime target for suicide bombers. We had to act in the moment. We had to make a call.
It was the wrong call.
What is he talking about?
Why is it that no one ever tells it straight? Everyone just makes up bullshit to get by. That's why we're in the sandbox in the first place, right? I just want the truth, Jason. Shooting that woman messed with my head. You seriously gonna tell me it didn't mess with yours, man?
We fucked up. If we make it out of here, we'll face up to that. If we die,
They're just like, it's like a microcosm.
we deserve.
I guess you could say, like an analogy, like talking about like all of like the war in general. I see. Okay, I get it.
You know I was seeing Rachel.
Are you serious?
Been 3 weeks.
It's armed.
It's the way I like don't even care about this game anymore. I'm so sorry. Like it wasn't a.
Found a camera here. Let's head back.
She's alive! Miss Tisdale is alive! I know that's right! I'll drink to that! Oh, wow. Jesus.
Eric? Eric! Where are you?
The texture's not loading on that one piece of wood. Sorry, ignore that. Is that a snake? What's a rope? I bathed in his blood.
Nick? Jason?
Ashley Tisdale, Tomb Raider?
Oh, shit.
The water texture's right here, not loading. Okay, I'm sorry. Flash warning.
That can't be anything good.
This is just the game. It just came out yesterday. I'm sure there'll be patches for it. I'm just quickly trying to get out of this area. Oh, how cute. Okay, can we keep going, Ashley? Jeez. I know you're not going back around here. Just, let's go. The bone? Oh, smart girl. I honestly would have never thought of that. Smart girl. You better, Ashley. Can we get the fucking unloaded water textures off the screen? Jesus. Strobe warning. There's more, okay. Ruining the ambience. Just gonna look upwards.
What the hell is that light?
I feel like we're gonna be in the water for a while. Hold on. Okay, the way I can't even fix it. Oh, good. Nice. Good soup. I'm requesting a refund. This is ruining my ambience. Ruining my chilling experience as Ashley Tisdale Tomb Raider. Our shape, dear. She said, what was that? Oh dear. Girl, you better run. What?
Run. Now, go!
Clarice is back, bitch! That's the gag of the season! They're both still alive! That's gaggy.
Looks like a line out.
Maybe we can get the radio working and send a signal out. That's worth a
We
shot.
won.
A long shot. Oh, we don't even know if there's a working transmitter on the surface.
The only person that died is
Fire's gotta
Ashley's
go
ex.
somewhere, though.
Oh, and the
Think it
misogynist.
still work?
Well, looks to me like they just snagged up.
Just as well. Don't feel much like climbing out there.
What was that? Oh my god, he is a zombie! It's Joey! Oh, but he's not a zombie. That's not a zombie. He's turning into a bat. Oh dear.
Shit, Joey, it's me!
Oh, poor Joey. Poor Jay. Burn the bridge. Burn the bridge. Did you not listen to what's his name? Oh, there he goes. We're zombies. He's gonna fly up. Oh, never mind. Still with the water textures. Jesus Christ.
We have to hurry. It's not safe here.
Let's go. Let's move away from the bloodbath. Yeah, it was actually kind of attractive. I actually really liked it.
I didn't know that you could
fight. Yeah, me either.
Oh my god, I think she's like dead
was
and like
that
turning into a
I don't know.
bad thing.
Whatever it is.
She's
it's
really
not
pale.
normal.
She was not pale before.
Where have you been?
One of those things got its dirty hands on me, dragged me down here, left me for dead. Fuck. Fuck doesn't even start to cut it.
I'm lucky to have gotten away.
You're talking to a scientist. There's no such thing as luck. You should be thankful I was there to help you.
I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Semper Fi.
We need a
Gotta find a
shower.
way out of this hole.
So, this is where you've been hiding out? Do you have any weapons?
Do you mind?
Just need some batteries for this damn light.
You could just ask. That ever cross your mind?
Well. Watch, she's gonna turn on the light and it's gonna burn Clarice's eyes.
Yeah. It is.
Think you can keep still?
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah. Well, guess I'm a little glad too.
Nervous. My anxiety levels right now. Something seems
I saw
off.
those same symbols in the shepherd's huts.
Those people must have been in the valley a long time. There's a way up. There's no way we're making it.
Oh. She's done.
Look at it.
She's a zombie.
It's barely climbable.
We can make it together.
How did I know you were gonna say that?
I met Eric in climbing glass. I can get us out of here.
Oh god. They love to do a climbing section in a game with quick times. Oh god. What? Oh, wait. Who? What? The pan to the shoe. Oh, she's done. Look how pale she looks. She looks blue.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, she's done. Yeah, she's done, y'all.
A minute isn't gonna kill us.
Until it does.
God, you look terrible.
Gee, thanks, Rachel. You ever think about going into motivational speaking?
Seriously though, are you okay?
That's gotta be about the dumbest question I have ever been asked. Give me the silent treatment, huh?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Something to get our minds off this place.
That thing wasn't any animal I recognize.
That's seriously what you want to talk about?
Yeah, the guy that died, Ashley's BF.
Why do you think he left you down there?
Pass. All I know is that it got up close and pretty personal.
How close?
It scratched me to shit, and I blacked out. Haven't felt right since.
Yep, she's done.
Nausea. Thought it was shock at first, but I can't seem to shake it off.
No.
Poison?
Possibly. If it is, the effects are gradual.
I pull out my gun. Let's take it the easy way.
You're a scientist.
I work on satellites, not neurotoxins. I'm not a biochemist.
You've made your point.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Chris, what did that thing do to you?
Please. Please don't leave me down here alone.
Don't come any closer.
What's happening to me? Please stay with me.
No, I'm good. I can't promise anything.
I can't promise anything. Listen to me. Something is happening to you. What did that thing do to you?
Oh.
There's
Ashley, back away.
It may help you, but we need to move now.
She is not gonna make it up there. Ashley, we're making the wrong decision.
Give me your hand.
We're on the wrong side of the chasm. We'll never make it.
Don't quit on me now.
That's the way I would have like just been like, yeah, no, we're done.
We have to
You're
swing
done.
over.
Oh.
That rope won't hold.
What? You want to do another rope thing after you fell? The last time you did a rope thing?
Do you really believe those medicines will help me?
Keep it together, Clarice. We're almost there.
You didn't answer my question.
Where I see it, it's your only hope. We can do this.
Please, Crochet. Oh my god. Dear God. Dear fucking God. Okay, Ashley made it over. That's all I care about. Sorry, Clarice. Sorry, bestie. You are done. Oh, stairs at you. Oh, I don't. Guys! I gotta help her.
You okay?
That's probably not the best bet, but can we push her off?
That answer your question?
We need to get you to the temple.
Yeah, I like want to be like, yeah, she's gonna make it, but like, she's really close to turning. But if Ashley really thinks there's a way to help her, I guess I'll believe her. You know? I don't think there is, but we'll pretend like Ashley knows what she's talking about. I need to use the restroom and get another drink, y'all, before we continue. I will be 2 seconds, and we're gonna keep going. Okay, I looked in the mirror while I was in the bathroom, and I had my doubts on this wig, but this wig is fucking cool. This double stack with the color in it. I was very doubtful. It looks really cool. I'm excited to take pics with it. I think the pics will be cool. This is actually my black mullet wig that I put over my human wig, so. I love messy hair, but on stream it just like doesn't look right to me because like the green screen like picks up on it and it doesn't look
I'm not
right.
seeing anything come up, but I can hear them. Sounds like they're having way more fun down there than we are up here. Over.
As long as they keep the party to themselves, I'm happy. We got nothing on the cameras inside. Over.
Oh, Mia's done.
Eyes alive.
My hair looks like a certain character. I just can't put my finger on it. But I'm done.
We all good in there?
Not we all good in there. Yes, that's definitely it. It's definitely giving Lydia. That's what I think. I think that's exactly what it is, Serena, because the red dress and like the red inserts in the hair is reminding me of it.
All clear for now.
If they hit us, my best hunch is it'll be from the chasm.
If? You feeling optimistic, Lieutenant?
We're facing
Ooh,
an enemy we know zero
I love
about.
Poison.
An enemy of unknown size, and they're home
I should get 2 pink wigs and make a double stack Poison wig. That'd be hot.
I don't know how long those doors can hold them back.
Radio's our best shot. Fix it up, call in the cavalry, even shit up a bit.
If there is a transmitter up there, it's gonna have a limited range. Damn it. If Eric had allowed close air support, those birds could have picked up the signal.
Trust Duck Brass to fuck you in the ass.
What? To do what in the butt? To do the what?
I'm gonna need a hand to get this up and running.
The way I want to make a double stack pink mullet wig now, I feel like that'd be so hot.
Those things will kill you, Sergeant.
Yeah, like smoking is the biggest threat to my life right now.
The way I'll literally do it after stream, bet.
Fuck that, I need my lighter.
Oh no, Ashley has it. Mia's literally going feral right now.
It's just a ghost signal. Even without a transmitter, a radio picks up a faint signal. It's just ghost, man.
So fix that transmitter. If we can establish a signal and contact CENTCOM, then we're one step closer to home.
I don't know, man. I'm no technician. If Merwin was here, though, he could fix it.
No shit. Embrace the suck.
Huh? This man is definitely fruity. I thought we killed him. Oh no, we didn't. He like threw a grenade at us. True. Still, you make a good point.
ما نقدرش نسيبهم يجمدوا.
لا احنا محتاجين الكلاب دول لنخرج من هنا.
اتجننت دول على الدوانة.
I just had the best idea for another wig too. Oh my god.
في غول هناك.
ده
العدو الحقيقي.
سليم انت اتجننت.
اسمعني أرجوك اسمعني. قتلوا الأمريكان كانوا هيقتلوننا. اسمعني أنا شفت غول بعينيا دول وقتلت واحد.
No, I like Mia's hair. The like double-sided green.
سامعني خالص.
لا انت اسمعني دلوقتي.
Don't listen to Marshall. Marshall literally like took like 300 years to cut his hair into a mullet. To even get his hair cut.
وحد لنفسك. أنا هقعد هنا.
Shut it up.
I didn't listen to that cutscene. I don't know what he said.
Get that transmitter working now. I need more time.
What did Salim say? Oh!
Shit.
Oh, true.
Oh, this guy.
This guy's so confident.
Only way we're gonna get rid of this clown. Cover me!
She is, Crypt. She is. So is Clarice, but she's not doing too well. She's infected.
I don't have a clear shot.
Please, still.
Hello there, rabbit.
I definitely did not shoot the light. I shot him, but okay. Oh, because he doesn't want to... Wait.
Forward into the temple. Move.
I don't know. Like, did he intentionally do that, or... Because he, like... Our character doesn't want to kill them.
Put your shoulder into it. Supposed to be Iraqis. If they got any sense, they'll stay back. Shit is about to get real in here.
Wait!
Rachel!
You're alive?
Okay, let's shut the door. We can have the reunion after. Okay, good. Well, we still need to keep an eye on Clarice. Because...
Saw those things take you.
Uh-oh.
Where's Eric?
Uh-oh.
He's gone.
The way she's like, oh, that's so sad. Sorry, she did not look sad at all.
He deserved better than me. What happened to him?
Clarice.
Tell me.
Oh.
Was shot by one of the Iraqis.
Is Iraqi still alive?
He is. And he's close.
What is happening to her?
She's infected.
She's turning into one of those things. Why'd you bring her here?
She needs our help.
She's beyond help. She shouldn't be here.
Breathe. We got...
Wait! She's one of us.
Step aside, Rachel.
There's gotta be something we can do to help her.
It's not too late. We can save her.
You're fucking nuts. Look at her. Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. Think about it, Nick.
Show some mercy, please.
I am showing mercy.
Okay, let's just kill her.
Fuck. Fuck. It's on you. Get her to the supply tent. Now. Warm. Check advice. Save a bullet for your friend.
All right, fall back to the main temple.
I know, but like, the game is keeping her like not from turning, so I feel like there's a way to make her not turn. Like I would, if it was someone else, I'd be like, bye. But it's Clarice, you know? Like if it was one of the men, I'd be like, peace out.
We can't lose the generator. We're blind without it.
I need help. We can't let any of those things through.
Oh dear God.
They're inside already. Can't let any more in. Don't care what their invite says.
Hold the gate. I'll get the generator running.
Clarice? Shit, you're one of them now? There's nobody home!
This is a lot.
Fuck, that's all we need.
Oh my God, there's so many of them.
Is this place mined?
Don't mind enough.
Oh.
I ain't out of this fight yet.
No, you're not. Come on, let's go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Fuck! These things really have a hard on for getting in here! We need that generator running now, or we're all screwed! These fuckers won't in! It's not gonna hold!
Oh no.
This is our house! Our rules!
Oh my God.
Is that all you pussies got? They're coming through! Fucking things are worse than sewer rats!
Oh my God. Please stay away.
You worthless pile of shit! Ugh.
I think now's about the time we bug out. Any objections?
They're breaking through the perimeter.
Got any bright ideas? Now's the time.
Come on. There's gotta be something.
Wait! Yes! Okay, we can make for the catacombs. We need to go down.
Town? In case you missed it, that ain't the way out.
It's either that or we die where we stand. Everyone move to the east gate.
Oh my God.
Lucas,
Oh no, he's gonna die. Get inside! This is so intense! Oh my god, my tits are inflating. I can't. Oh my god, there's trip mines. There's trip mines!
The center! Keep to the center!
Oh my Jesus. How are we gonna get out of here? How are we gonna get out? Oh my god, that was so intense. I literally need to smoke after that. Jesus. Woo!
Shh. Listen.
What are we gonna do about Clarice now? We don't have any medicine down here.
Blast must have cut us off. We should keep moving.
Not Clarice about to fly us out. Like she's a fucking airplane. I forgot about them. Oh my god, there's so many variables. It's crazy.
Hello again. My friend is not happy. Yeah, I can see that. What happened up there? Your friend's a little too jumpy for my liking. It's making me nervous. Lowering your weapon might help alleviate some of the tension.
اديله رصاصة في دماغه لو ما سمعش الكلام.
هتكون فكرة وحشة.
انت مش في مكان تحدثي.
Can we just drop the guns?
I fucking dare you.
I feel like our uniforms are getting in the way of what could be a beautiful relationship.
I agree.
Shut up!
Was it him?
Don't do this, Rachel.
Don't.
Did he kill Eric?
No, Ashley.
Bad move.
I say we drill these sorry-looking motherfuckers.
Stop.
Nick, deal with this shit.
I don't know what to tell you. We could really use their help.
They're the enemy, Nikki.
Yes, but there's demons!
I don't trust any one of you.
That's all I need to hear.
It's them. We must get this door open.
Why are you standing there? Help!
Don't even think about it.
Fuck, Jason! The enemy of our enemy is our friend! Move! Come on, man!
Shit. Move!
Come on, like, guys, we're all gonna die if we don't help each other. If this guy shoots us, I swear.
I didn't forget what you did to the Colonel.
I had no choice.
Oh dear God. We don't need this now.
Hyena, محتاجة مساعدة.
بأي نوع من عيادي؟
Come on, Clarice.
What's wrong with her? What's wrong with... She's turning. Turning? Into one of them?
Oh my God. I'm sorry, Clarice. I feel like it's done.
Lost cause. Medication's back at the temple. We're carrying dead weight.
Yeah.
We can't give up hope.
Look at her. You see hope? You see hope?
I'm sorry. I don't know!
It's gotta be this way. We have to leave her behind.
Bullshit. I'm not carrying that on my conscience.
You're gonna carry a whole lot more if she turns. Think of it, Rachel.
Grace. I'm sorry.
Is Ashley gonna die here? Because, like...
I'm one of you. No. You're not one of us. Not anymore.
I'm sorry. It just had to happen. Can we all go through, please, and shut the door? We really tried. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible, but serious, like, the medicine was at where everything exploded. Like, we couldn't, like, she was gonna turn and, like, be an issue, right? Like, I'm sorry.
This looks like the worst place in the goddamn world.
Rip to her flying us out, please. Can we just get on the back of these demons and, like, you know, like How to Train Your Dragon? Like, whee! Oh my god. No! I couldn't even do anything! What was that? What was that? Y'all, what is going on? Oh my god. Oh, period. I mean, he was not a character I wanted to survive anyway. Oh, oh. No. We should have left him to die, girl. Oh, the way he took his gun, he said, yep, next. Who is that? This has to work! The guns don't do anything! No! What do you mean the guns don't do anything now? The guns haven't done anything all game. They've been saying demons. Ashley!
Stay close.
Oh, he went flying. This is a lot. What is happening? Y'all, what do we do? Like, so what now? I mean, so what do you do now? Oh. Oh, is this the scene from season 4 of Drag Race when the zombies ate Shangela? That's what that looked like. Roll the footage. Also, why was crucifix an option then? Like, he didn't have the crucifix like all game. There was no mention of it. So that's why I thought it was the answer. So don't judge me for doing that. He literally didn't mention a single thing about the crucifix until that moment. So that's why I thought it was the right answer.
Teach you to mess with a Marine.
Well, it did troll me, and I'm not very happy about it. Fucking rude. I feel like either of the options wouldn't have worked. Gun or, like, both of them don't work against him.
I come in peace.
Don't you fucking move.
Why are we fighting?
Anyone else make it?
Why are we fighting?
It all happened too fast. I think it's just you and me.
Just you and me, huh? Well, that's just fucking great.
I don't mean you any harm. I swear.
No shit. I'm the one holding the gun. You looking for trouble?
That is the American with the gun.
Oh, well. Salim's spelling.
Your friend said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is not always true, but if we both want to live, we must fight as one. A sword and the shield.
Bit too wordy for my liking.
Jason also doesn't know, like, anything from here, so, like, working with Salim would, like, work out, you know what I mean? Thank you, Martian, how you doing? Thank you, baby. You know what I mean? Like, Salim knows everything about, like, the religion and everything happening here, and, like, Jason literally is just, like, a piece of shit. So, like, if he literally took him out, like, he would be lost in the catacombs. Also, this is the only person you think is alive. You really want to take them out? Girl. I'd be like, we're sticking through this. I don't want to be alone.
Me. Best believe me. Following second, you're dead.
I kill vampires. You think I'm afraid of a jarhead?
That looks like our best way through.
One of us holds up the gate. The other can slip through.
Oh dear God. This is when Jason's about to betray him.
Go!
Couldn't you just, like, open it from the other side? Aww.
Are you okay?
Come on.
What do you think? It's blocked. I gotta find another way around.
Yeah, he is ignorant. Yeah. I think he's supposed to be having a character arc, but, you know, I have no idea if he's supposed to.
I just need to clear it from my side.
Do it quick. Those things could be anywhere.
Well, do we know if this side is even the right way to go? Like...
You got any idea what we're dealing with?
No.
They're vampires.
Not possible.
My father once told me, if something looks like shit and smells like shit, you don't have to taste it to know that it's shit. Believe me, they're vampires. We must work together to defeat them.
Yeah, it's beginning to look like that.
I'm fearful for Jason right now. As much as I don't like him, I don't want him to die. Okay, perfect.
Thanks. What's the first thing you're gonna do when we get out of here?
Oh, here's a vision. Oh, never mind, it's not a vision. I thought it was a vision. That combination was definitely oddly close to a certain
You got your head screwed on.
other R30 number.
Gotta ask, what the hell made you sign up with Saddam?
The hat says remember 9/11. I didn't even see
What is
that.
the meaning of those markings on your hand?
Oh dear God.
It's to honor the dead. It's the reason I fight.
Oh, here we go.
It's as good a reason as any.
It's a damn good reason. The only reason.
I have no grievance with you.
Maybe you need to switch on the news.
Oh.
Listen.
Anyways,
There was
moving
a
on.
man once who built his house on the banks of a river. When the floods came, his wall washed away. When the droughts came, the water dried up and the man was thirsty. All day, the insects bit this man's flesh. Yet each night, he says to his wife, "We have all the fish we can eat."
Please. Jason would be done.
Your people chose this war, Jason.
I think you need to give your mouth some rest.
Oh! Oh my, can you give us a break? Dear God, if you're here, God. Push your grandmother down. Oh, shit! Oh, he stabbed him right in the booty. Oh, get him right in the butt. Oh! Don't move. Wait, they fully are vampires. They don't die unless you stab them. Well, they die for a little bit. They come back to life, but I didn't even recognize that. He is right. They are vampires, basically.
I say we get the fuck out of here.
Oh, no, really? Yeah, I really want to make sweet love to Salim and, like, have his second kid. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so attracted to him. Look at him, he's so cute! Those eyes. Ugh.
Looks to me like a medical bay.
This could come in handy.
What?
If you want to stick 60-year-old explosive in your back, be my guest.
I know, like, literally, like, every accent in language is so, like, romantic and, like, beautiful and, like, sexy, except for, like, the US. Like, you can't be like, yeah, I love a
Every
Boston
time you say
accent.
something smart,
Like,
you follow it with something.
gonna park my car. Like, Jesus. Yeah, that's why I like older men, because they're not, like, immature.
Flood's caverns.
Whatever's down there, those explorers got there first. Hold up, will you?
What are you doing? You think they're still alive? That's hopeful.
Hope is all we got left.
I like that the thing in this game is like hope, when the last game was called Little Hope. Kinda funny if you think about it. Oh, a hot spring? Get naked. Sorry.
Is that your wife?
It's funny how you can know someone for years and never really know them.
Hi, Setna.
I had no idea my captain was married.
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's gotten
you
better.
were earlier.
It's definitely gotten better.
Works for me. One less bad guy to deal with.
A time will come when you'll deeply regret this manner.
I don't carry regrets.
Oh! He just threw his wallet down. Did you, like, keep the cards? Did you keep your ID? Did you get the cash out of it before you threw it? And I would keep the money. What the fuck? This Ghostbusters green goo, like what's happening?
Well, this place is a jack in the box.
What the?
What do you make of it?
It's like nothing I've ever seen.
I'd be like, nah, we're done.
You see that elevator cable? The explorers must have gone down.
I don't think they made it back up.
That winch still looks functional.
No.
No?
We are not going down there. The archaeologists didn't make it out. What does that tell you?
We're not archaeologists?
Our world is up there, not down below.
Well, there's an army of monsters between us and the world above. They're close. Fire it up.
You crazy? If those vampires come from anywhere down there, you really want to find them in their own home?
What I've been doing since I set foot in this country. Get that elevator working.
Okay. Not the right decision, but I guess so. No, literally steal. Yeah, this takes place in 2003. So this is like 2 years after. He's actually 2 years old. Yeah.
An ancient horror has awoken from its slumber and is hungry for blood. Shall we see how many have fallen into shadow? One returns to the light, while the other goes out forever.
Oh.
Eric. Bad luck.
He's dead.
But then again, Eric cheated death once before back on that highway. Perhaps death finally caught up.
That was shady. That was nasty. The Observer and DVD, literally.
Let's hope nothing unfortunate has befallen Sergeant K. Those taken by the Abyss seldom live to tell the tale. As for Jason and Salim, sworn enemies who cannot seem to bury the hatchet.
I think they just did.
The hatchet is buried in a bag. I don't want to seem like an ungracious host, but time is against us. I'll be here to greet your charges as they cross the finishing line, or to bury what remains of them under it.
Oh, we're approaching the end. Approaching the end. Not approaching. We're approaching the end. What the hell? Oh. Hello? No, not us going backwards 3 weeks.
Jesus, Eric, how many times? This is me. This is my way of dealing with it, and I'm done trying to explain it to you. Yes, this is my life now, and I'll live it on my terms. Wait, what did you just say?
Bad time?
Yeah, it's a real fucking bad time.
I'm just dropping off the files you requested.
Not now.
I said not now.
Well, I didn't mean to upset you.
It's not you.
Seems like out here we're all running away from something. I know I am.
You were caught up in that mess at the checkpoint.
Excuse me.
You shot that woman. No, it's okay. You can talk to me.
It looks great here.
Everyone seems to have an opinion on it. I'm dealing with it in my own way.
Are you?
You got your own problems. And whoever that was, that sounded like a gold medal asshole.
Oh, they're gonna fuck.
Whatever it is,
oh,
you'll deal with it. Or say the word, and I'll handle it for you.
Oh my. Oh, he fell. I wanted to see them make out.
Jason, you're here.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Keep it together.
Oh, she's plaqued. Not that I'm about to like make out.
I thought I'd lost you.
Oh, did they just kiss? Oh. Oh. Not this. I'd be more scared to deal with him. I'd be like, oh my, I don't like how he runs. Oh my god. I didn't like that.
Over there.
my god! Ashley? Oh my god. They got lucky with that hole in the floor. That wasn't there a couple seconds ago. What if he just levitated? I mean, he probably can. He's like the Demon King. Let me guess, he's missing. Oh. Oh, he's gonna get up. I could have told you that. Like, you really think he's gonna be dead? Girl, please.
That was too close back there.
We're still breathing.
We've not all been so lucky.
Breathing
All
is
that
about
matters is you're okay.
breathing.
Do we need to talk?
Pretty
About
much. Vampire Jesus.
About us.
Wait.
I need to know what's happening with us.
Guys.
If I die tonight, I want to die knowing where I stand with you.
Okay. I hate
We had
men.
a future together. Eric and I had been done for a year.
Rachel. I can't lose you. Not now. Not ever.
You better stay close then, Marine.
I ain't going nowhere.
Guys. There's demons and vampires.
Not now.
And...
Not ever.
Oh, he just redid the voice line he just said. Oh, JK.
It's Jason. He's alive.
We should go.
Let's go find Jason.
Serena, please. Oh, going back down the well. This, like, tree, this great Deku tree, like, what is happening? Not I love you in the first 3 weeks. No.
Shit in my life. Nothing comes close to this.
That's gay relationships, not straight relationships.
You like to wait for them?
Gay people be like, are we moving in together on, like, week 2?
Move.
Literally. Okay, but are we? Yes, Serena, honey. Yeah, I feel like 3 weeks is way too fast. For honestly anybody. Jokes aside. There was a prompt for me to say I love you. Like, a what? Nuh-uh. I mean, like, I know it's life or death, but I'd be so embarrassed if she didn't say it back. What was that?
This was all Lady Bradshaw's doing. She knew all along what was down here. She led us to them. I found her below, hunched over the murdered corpse of Van Hoyten. As she turned to face me, I saw that she had changed. My hand fell to the closest weapon I could find, an iron tent peg. I stabbed her with the metal, impaling her in the heart. She died. Unholy screams echoed from deep below, as if answering the sudden release of blood.
Okay. Interesting. Just explaining that That's how people died, I guess. I have to pee again, but I'm like, can we just finish the game? I'll wait to pass. You might want to. Why? Oh my god. I feel like I pee a lot. Is that bad? My pee was clear, so I feel like that's good.
Yeah, what you said.
Literally, where are we?
Fuck is this place?
What the fuck? This is like Zora Temple in Zelda, like underwater. Like, what?
What is this hell?
Sinking, swimming underwater.
Is this even real?
Hot lead-em. Okay, I'll pee. Let me pee. Nobody move. Nobody move. Nobody move. Ava, move back. Can I move in one place? Like you're on a swing. Like, I'm so mad because like I like in my brain I know I have a pair of like, see like the shirt I'm wearing is mesh. I have a pair of mesh pants, but the last time I wore them, I have no idea where they are, and I think I cut them into like one pant leg because I think that's when I did my I did a photo shoot with one of like it was asymmetrical. I wanted to like have mesh pants for like the whole outfit. I'll have to look. But I was just thinking about like the photos and I wanted to wear mesh pants, but I don't think they exist anymore. R.I.P.
We are being judged. God is punishing us all for the mistakes we've ever made. Zane is all I have left in this world. After my wife left us, I gave him my all. I wanted him to have everything I didn't.
Like, your wife's dead, or like she left for another man?
Single parent. Tough fucking gig.
It is. But my boy has made me very proud. He's going to London, to university. If only he would stop stealing.
Oh! Oh, wow.
I miss him so much.
At this point, I'd be like, so what now?
Jason.
Green zone. Checkpoint.
What checkpoint?
Nick and I, we were caught in traffic. Checkpoint had been hit before by suicide bombers. There was a woman. She was carrying a bag. Fuck.
Tell me.
Was it his wife?
I ordered for her to stop, loud and clear, but she didn't. She just kept on walking. I had to make a call. Nick, he shot her dead.
Yeah.
What was in the bag?
So he thought it was a bomb.
Groceries.
I don't understand. Why didn't she stop?
She didn't hear me. She had fucking headphones on. Huh. This bullshit. I'm not here to honor the dead. The truth is, my life was going nowhere fast. I jumped at the chance to sign up.
We all have our reasons. They don't have to be profound.
Profound, huh? No towers were hit. I was stoned out of my fucking skull. I didn't even hear about it till a week later. How's that for profound? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing here.
You're serving your country.
That woman had a family, friends. She had her whole life in front of her, and we snuffed it out with a single bullet. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, I have no idea what that means. You keep saying that, and I'm like, I don't know what that means.
I can hear you thinking.
We're waiting for something to happen. Maybe we should take the initiative and make something happen.
What'd you have in mind?
We go inside there, and we find a way to hurt them.
Those fucking things tried to fuck with our heads. They tried to kill us. But you and I, we're both standing. Start believing, Salim. We're gonna get out of here and see the sun again.
Is that what you truly believe?
Hoorah!
What on earth is that sound?
It's a Marine thing.
Oh. So, does that make me a Marine too?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, huh?
Okay.
Hey, whatever happens out there, I've got your back.
We'll stand together. It's the only way.
We didn't have that at my school, so... So, like, where do you go? Like, what would you do here? I'd be like, oh.
What is this?
No way there's aliens. That will just be silly. Oh. Be very quiet. This is scary. Oh my god, is it really aliens? I can't. No way.
Stay close. This gotta be where those things come from.
I so. Question is, where the hell are they?
I love you, house. Hi, MJ.
Salim, over here. What do you make of it?
I'm going blue.
Could have been down here for thousands of years.
No, I see it.
God didn't make these creatures.
No. It's possible we've got this wrong way around.
What's that supposed to mean?
Maybe we're intruding on them.
Don't move.
Stay close.
You like smoothies? Yes.
Check this out.
Sounds like music.
That don't sound like any music from where I'm from.
Okay, maybe not music. Could be a language.
You've seen those motherfuckers. They're not exactly the chatty type.
We shouldn't underestimate them. Look at this place. Those things are intelligent.
Did my game crash? Hello?
Is it just me, or is it alive?
Yikes, lots of buggy stuff. No, I have not.
Sleep.
I'll have to try it.
It's one of those creatures, only older.
Ancient.
You don't think it's alive, do you? Touch it.
Smoothies make me like tired.
You touch it.
They make me like sleepy. Why would you touch it?
Fuck, it was close. Thanks.
Did you see that?
Of course I fucking saw it.
That creature is fossilized. Must be millions of years old.
Well, now it's dead. We're not gonna touch any more of them. We're gonna keep going. Yes, we totally should.
How far down do you think we are?
Difficult to say. It's easy to lose track of time down here.
Yeah, literally, like, this area is gorgeous, but like, what the fuck? Oh! What the?
Holy shit.
Look at him.
Check out that armor. This guy's goddamn biblical.
Oh my god, that's the guy from the beginning of the game!
Shit! Did you see that? I think he's still alive.
He's been alive for
Possible.
2,000 years.
Everything's possible.
Holy shit. Fucker's been alive all this time? Just sitting here with half a head?
Fluid. It must have preserved his flesh. His brain.
Oh my god.
We can't leave him like this.
Well, shit. He's had enough time to get used to it.
I'm serious. Oh. The noise will attract the vampires.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
It was like an earthquake and then this floor started. Oh my god, wait, you're gonna kill him? Why? I mean, yeah, put him out of his misery. Poor thing. He was just sitting there for thousands of years. God, I'd hate that. Just sitting there for decades upon decades, on centuries on centuries. Fuck. It'd be like, I'm so hungry. Can I get a snack? It has to be aliens, right? Like, what could it be? Like, I literally don't know what it could be that keeps someone alive for 40,000 years. 4,000 years. Like, what? I don't know, y'all. This is weird. This took a turn. I feel like we're in Jack and Daxter when Jack turns into the fox. Jumps into the dark eco. And that's what these people are doing, it's just green eco. Yeah, me too. I thought it was just like ambience. Okay, let's not touch anything. Let's just walk through. I don't know what their goal is. Like, what are they trying to do here?
What is it?
I think we hit the mother lode.
What the?
Thinking what I'm thinking.
What?
Yeah.
Then I am thinking what you're thinking.
Don't step on it. Very quietly. Not wake anything up. Or is there a giant Kinder Surprise egg at the end of this? You made it past all of these stuff. We're gonna go give you a surprise. It's a silly putty. Oh, oh! I didn't mean to do that. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me.
I got something for you.
The way I'm
I'll
frozen.
cover you. Go.
What is happening, y'all?
Shit, Nicky. You
You turned up like the fucking cavalry. I thought you were dead.
Not my time.
Why did she have him go,
See you again,
her
man.
go last?
Take my hand.
That was rude. That was fucking rude.
Glad you're here, man.
This place.
Y'all, okay, we're playing as Rachel, thank God. We're 3,877 feet under.
What is this place?
I guess not.
We need a plan.
Fuck those things up and get the fuck out.
Good plan.
Sergeant K, what do we got?
Good
left?
plan.
So we got 8 clips of 5.56 FMJ, 3 40 mil high X rounds, a couple of 9 mil pistols, 4 clips between them. We'll make that work. Huh.
Thank Luna New Year.
Just
How
2
you
Foster
doing?
rounds. And 1 block of composition C4.
Don't tell me that I have to put these somewhere. Can you just... I don't want to be responsible for putting this anywhere.
All in is not enough.
We've also got this.
It's old, unpredictable.
We work with what we got.
Our fuses are shot, but we can use the C4.
Yeah, right, Red? Like, jeez.
Let's just hope they still pack a punch.
The vampires come from those cocoons. You saw how many there were in that vault? There could be thousands in there.
Should we blow them up? Burn as many of those motherfuckers as
I
we
love
can
that.
and head for the surface. What do you think, Sergeant?
Ooh.
Oh. I like this little chant.
I'm not gonna allow him to carry a pistol.
We are way past that point now, ma'am. We stand together as one.
Ashley, let's calm
like
down a
our
little bit.
explorer friends were here too.
He took care of the
Search
extra
this place
baggage you
before
don't
we
need to
move
have
out.
anymore. You have a new boyfriend. He took care of it for you. He did you a favor, girlfriend. What if he did betray them at the end? Could you imagine? I'd be gagged. Hunts victim, implants parasite, parasite. Gasetates? Gestates? Post death, parasite takes over. Interesting. Who was the person that was down here? Like, who was down here and we just didn't know? Like,
The bones of this temple are drenched in blood. We have set foot on an uncharted shore and roused something ancient and wicked. A blasphemy that comes in indescribable shapes and forms. For eons we lived as children in this world, unaware of the horrors that
Wait, literally they took every, like, trope of a horror game and put it
Now
into
we have
one
blindly
character.
thrown open the gates to madness.
Like a vampire,
I fear
demon,
being taken.
scary,
But I must do what I
goblin,
must. We will
alien.
seal this place for eternity.
Okay, I don't care. Sorry.
None of them made it out alive.
Yeah, everybody died. Boo-hoo. Anyways.
What was in it for him?
I
So
recently
really all
really
about these
a TV show that's not good.
Over here.
Sorry, I keep yawning.
I found something.
The monster in my body is crashing. Oh, he knows how to play a song.
It's singing.
Is that good?
There's meaning here.
It's a language formed from chords, musical scales, sonics. Mary was a pianist. She deciphered it. She thought these carvings represented the stars. Do you see? It's Cetus, the whale.
We're a long way from the night sky.
It's a mystery. According to the journal, there was only one scale of sound in the device. But Mary was studying it alone. I think there may be another. I'm going to need your help.
What can I do?
This console is too big to operate single-handedly.
Oh dear God. Wait, can we take, like, can we get her some water to, like, wash her face a little bit?
Something. And Mary believed that these creatures were once peaceful. Their language was one of music. How could they not feel emotion? Then a tragedy fell upon them. Their great empire collapsed. Their music fell silent, and they turned on each other. What happened? A sickness? A madness? What turned them from architects into killers? Whatever it is, it twisted them. Now they're creatures of hate. Animals. Dead things. No one left to kill. So they slept. And they waited. They waited for us.
What?
Is anyone buying this shit?
I don't know, but Old Mother Mary was right about one thing. There's no more good in this place.
The bucket hat, I can't.
Come on. Let's go burn these motherfuckers.
Okay, I don't like his weird change in character. You want us to go over there?
Those mounds are made of cocoons. Thousands of them.
Jesus.
If we set the charges there, they'll all burn.
Yeah. Is that water? The water texture is flickering again. Here we go.
Shit, you're hatchet.
We gotta move. Quick. Okay, listen up. We've been hit hard tonight. We lost brothers. Including our own colonel. But now...
I'm so sorry, I
it's
can't stop
time
yawning.
to get some payback. We plant charges on as many of those clusters as possible and then detonate them.
Yeah, like, why aren't they
Second
leaving?
those
I don't
charges
know.
go off, we haul ass to the exit. If luck is on our side, we'll do more than fry a few vampires. Create a diversion.
If we die here, at least we'll take some of those bastards down with us.
Okay. Who's going to place the dynamite?
Ashley, don't volunteer.
Alright, fuck it. I'll do it.
You're crazy. We'll do it together.
Nah, the more of us down there, the more chances we'll get seen. Take the detonator. If I don't make it...
Nick!
Hear me out. If I don't make it, I want you to blow those charges. Just don't go getting trigger happy on me.
Every step of the way, you keep in radio contact.
And if there's no radio signal?
Then I'll pop a flare. See it go up, you hit that detonator.
Be quick and be safe. You hear me, buddy?
I don't think this is gonna go well. I fear.
I can't make it out. What are all these machines?
There. There's one ahead of him. To his left.
Nick, the cocoons are hatching ahead of you. You gotta move fast.
Don't make me. Oh. Dear God.
First dynamite is down. Over.
Don't make me play as him. I don't want to play down there.
Which way? Left or right?
Nar. Not now. What was that? Oh, Jesus. My God. Okay. Oh my God. They do sound like clickers, right? Trashley! Trashley, thank you for raiding with a party of 86. Thank you, baby. Hi, everybody coming in. We are currently at the end of House of Ashley Tisdale. Hi, Raven. Hi, Trashley. If you don't want spoilers, I suggest leaving now, but I appreciate the raid. Thanks for coming in. We're doing great. Ashley is definitely not the main character of this game, so they're lying to us. They lie. Liars. Liar! How was your stream, babe? Thanks for the raid. Oh yeah, of course. I don't mind. I don't mind. I got it.
It's getting kind of hairy down there, brother. Why don't you ditch the rest of those charges and head back?
Look at that, man. It's the mother lode.
It's too far.
Oh yeah, of course. I totally get it, Trashley.
I'm going for it.
Anybody joining off the raid? I'm Nemesis. I run the network here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. We play lots of retro games. We do... Currently, for the month of October, we're doing horror games, but I usually play PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Nintendo 64 games. So, if Trashley isn't live, I would love to have you over here. Thank you, baby.
Oh, no.
I was definitely really late to stream today, because I was too busy doing this wig.
There are too many.
Now I want to make mullet wigs in, like, these teased double stacks forever. They're so pretty.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Wait.
Trashley, when I tell you, like, all the time I watch your Hatchlorette videos just because I love looking at the looks you've done. They're so incredible. Everybody, please follow Trashley.
Hey, how's it looking up there?
You're just not listening to the dialogue. I'm like, yeah.
Tell him.
They're all over you, man. Hundreds of them.
At least you've got the boss to tell me the truth.
I'm sorry, Nikki. For this? For what happened at that checkpoint?
It's a war, Jason. Bad shit happens. Can't help.
Oh, dear God. We've only planted 2 bombs, though. Oh my, I can't do these. These are so intense. Just keep breathing and breathing and breathing and breathing. Just keep breathing and breathing and breathing and breathing. Just keep breathing, 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 breathing. Don't make me do it again! I've had enough. Oh my god, it's going so fast. Oh my god, it's like hard to see the skill checks too, because his face!
Charges in place.
Shh. You don't see me. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, he has a pee-pee stone. Did you see the little artifact on his pee-pee? He had like a cute little jockstrap string thing. Oh. No, that's so sad. Ashley lost both of her, you know, the way she's not even sad. She's just like, yeah.
Nick, answer me, damn it.
I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's dead. He's fine.
I'm sorry.
He's fine. No, we didn't. We didn't see a dead body. He's fine. I told you! I told you! I told you! I told you! He's not dead. Not yet. About to be. But he wasn't dead.
I hear you. What's your position?
Girl. Yeah, let's just go save him, sure.
Bearing 320. But I'm injured. I need help.
Girl. Oh. You are not making it out of here. I'm so sorry. I would have been like, leave. Come on, you said you were gonna die for the cause. Not to be rude. Oh no. Come on. Fight, Nick. Come on. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, guys. Come on, guys! No! He's not dead. Don't trust it. We need to get out. Oh, they left real fast. Oh, so we just did all that for nothing? That's kind of annoying. Wait, I won all the quick times though. Why did I die? That's weird. I guess he was supposed to die. It was a last ditch effort. Why do we have to play as Jason? I don't want to play as Jason. Yeah, Ashley main character my ass. Way to lie to your people playing the game. Jesus Christ.
Feels Feels like this whole damn place is coming down. Sleep.
You play as Ashley like twice, opposed to the men that you played like 7 or 8 times.
Come in, man. Are you there?
I am surrounded. I'm in real trouble here.
Maybe like 3 times max.
So many vampires.
I don't want to leave Salim. We can't keep losing people.
You better not be thinking about helping the bastard who killed Eric. Let him rot.
Ashley!
You're wrong. Salim is one of us now. Marines don't leave their own behind. You hear me, Salim?
If I don't make it out, tell my son I did everything.
No! Yourself. I'm coming to get you.
I don't want Salim to die. Oh. Someone's about to die. I think Ashley's about to die, y'all. The guy was there. The narrator was just there. Someone's about to die. Dear God. It's the narrator. He shows up every time someone's about to die. I think Ashley's dead, y'all. Because that decision I just made. I'm sorry, I love Ashley, but like, I want Salim to survive more than anybody.
Come to join the fun.
Seriously, just throw that thing at me.
I did.
I love him. I love you, King.
Get out of here.
I love you. Ashley's dead, y'all. I'm so sorry. Literally, this game could have just not had Ashley, and I'd be like, yeah.
Fucking knew you'd make it.
Then why was the narrator there?
My son is waiting for me. No evil is going to stop me from seeing him again.
Listen up. We're not out of the woods yet.
It's the way Ashley's probably gonna kill Salim or something. She's gonna go like feral and be like, you killed my hubby!
Best of the best. We will get home. Hoorah!
Hoorah?
Come on, roll credits. I don't want to like have anybody die. Like, I'm done. Like, can we just roll credits? I'm done. We did a lot. Jesus Christ, it's not over. My God. I'm gonna pretend like that was the end if somebody else dies.
This way.
That was the good ending. What are you looking at?
Come on, Lieutenant.
Her face. She's like, what was that? What is bothering them? I don't get it. The water? Oh my, no! Ah! It's Clarice! Oh my God! Dear God. Ah! Clarice! Kick her, Ashley. Punch her in the face. Take that, Clarice. Stay down. I don't think she's done. I think Clarice got more.
Shit, I never should have let her go.
She was
I
done.
just didn't know how to stay dead.
Can we climb out of here? Where's Salim? Did he already climb up? I hope he did. Also, like, we don't know on the way out of here. Like, still when we climb up, there's, like, still ways to go. Like, yeah, we're still here. Like, where are we gonna go now? I mean, still, there's no way to get up. They all fell down. They don't know how to get up.
Statue! There's a way out!
I don't think so, girl. Sure, I guess. Hallelujah! Yeah, she literally came back 3 times. That's actually funny. Did we make it? Did we make it? Did we make it out alive, all 3 of us? I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. If we see Salim and his kid, I'm literally gonna burst into tears.
How the hell do we make it through that? Everyone okay?
Can we, like, get out of here? Like, the floor could collapse again and we could go right under. Can we go?
We're alive. We're fucking alive.
Literally.
This is Mailman 2 to Coyote 2. Are you receiving?
There's also still fully a war happening.
This is Coyote 2, solid copy. Evac units are being prepped. ETA 5 hours. Wait. Over.
5 hours?!
Improvise, adapt, and overcome. We fucking did it!
I'm gonna be honest, I actually like Jason's story arc.
God, how bright it is out here.
My home's not far from here. All this time, this was under our feet.
I need a shower, clean clothes, a comfy bed, and a cold beer.
Oh. Cold beer. Oh. Let's go.
No. Not again.
Stop. You're kidding me. You're literally joking.
Get inside, now!
What?!
Shore up the defenses! Lock this place down tight!
Are you shitting me? Oh, I'm plucked, y'all. I'm so mad. We have to survive for 5 hours. Even then, it's like, they're still here. The way I was like, run.
You tell me, I don't know shit about space. Contact!
Oh, Salim doesn't have a weapon. No! No! No!
Hold your ground!
Drive them back!
The way I'm just like mouth agape. I literally have no idea. What is that?
Is it? Flares? Where's the ammo?
Here's what we got.
Oh my god.
It's been interesting knowing you.
Oh. They're not gonna make it out of here alive. Guys, I'm stressed. This is the part of the game if there's one foul swoop, we get it. Oh my god, guys, I'm literally gonna cry. Oh my god, Jason, no. Guys! Oh my god! I don't know what to do. I'm not saying anything until it's over. I can't. I literally can't. I'm about to piss myself. I'm literally shaking. Like... Oh my fucking god. I like literally can't breathe. The way they made it like 3 times in a row that Ashley could have died.
I need to see my boy.
I need to see him too. I want you guys to be, I want a happy ending, please, for fuck's sake.
Wait.
No, Ashley, stop! I try. Thank you so much. First time having into the stream. Hi. Sorry, that was just a very intense moment. I wanted to say hi, but is he gonna fall in the hole? It looked like he was walking right into it. Wait, he's like, yeah, I'm done, y'all. If another thing happens, I'm far from gone. Like, please don't shoot us with an RPG again. Can we just get on the plane, get on the helicopter and go? I beg. No more quick times. Don't make me do a quick time to get on the helicopter.
Sore eyes.
Clear.
The thing just sitting there, they didn't want to question it? Yeah. No, we actually had 3 survivors, actually. So 2 deaths, not bad, not bad. I mean, technically a lot, because we let some other people die, like Clarice and, I mean, honestly, I would have liked Nick to survive, but it's fine. I think he was supposed to die. Like, there was no way to let him live.
Freely they stood who stood, and fell who fell.
Oh, foul. Oh, you fell.
You've guided some of your charges to the light, while others have fallen to the darkness. Survival often
Evil Nem be like, you rose. You rose.
The cost that others sometimes must pay. I look forward to our next encounter. Perhaps I'll choose a story that's a little more homely next time. Somewhere you'd be guaranteed of a decent night's sleep. Rest assured, wherever it is, you'll find it extremely hard to leave.
Was it like a haunted mansion?
Until the next time. You know the way out.
I'd love a haunted mansion one if they did it. What if it's like very like Stephen King's It? That'd be fun. Is there another quick time? I beg, stop it. Oh, it's the credits. We did it! We did it!
You're late and you look like shit.
I just got off the red eye. What's your excuse?
Good flight?
Oh, shit movie, shit meal, no leg room.
They cram you in the back?
By the toilets.
Nice.
Coffee wasn't so bad, though. Good fucking muffins.
Did you read the brief?
On the flight. How's it going with the analysis team?
The ISG team took heavy losses, but it wasn't a complete disaster. We just had to scrape some of them off the floor.
Poor bastards. And the entities?
Like nothing we've seen before.
Oh, they're investigating everything. Oh.
Kolchak Jason, First Lieutenant, Marine Force Recon.
The best of the best, huh?
Or so they advertised.
What?
Fuck! Now how many times do I have to keep telling you the same damn story?
I understand. However, CENTCOM needs to iron out any irregularities.
Such as? The whole fucking thing was irregular.
Such as why you allied with an enemy combatant?
You weren't fucking there! Those things were ripping us to shreds. I don't give a damn who it was. We needed all the help we could get. I stepped back into that hell to save Salim. And that man was worth 5 of you people. Semper fucking Fi!
And Sergeant K?
Nikki didn't make it.
So they cooperated with an Iraqi soldier down there?
Republican Guard, if you can believe it. Must have made a hell of an impression for Kolchak to go back for him.
I'm dying to meet this guy.
Nothing to show. He walked.
The hell's that mean?
By the time the extraction team got here, he was gone. Could be across the border by now.
Sneaky son of a bitch.
Oh, Salim.
Now I see why Kolchak enlisted his help.
The analysis team are still pulling specimens from the site. It's carnage down there.
They used dynamite?
Yeah,
I
literally.
don't know how they got their hands on it.
Leave it to the government to literally have like aliens and everything, and then they're like, yeah. We're more focused on you working with the enemy. Shut the fuck up. Definitely realistic.
Ah, shame. His testimony could have been valuable.
I guess this is the ending we got because the
This is like
deaths.
Winterfold all over again.
Uh-huh. Ah, and here we have Colonel Eric King, our in-house genius. He definitely got more than he bargained for,
Those two were married, right?
in the loosest sense of the word.
Oh, this
The
is like,
report
where are they
states the
now,
colonel
kind
was
of.
shot.
It's still a war zone.
At least somebody here died normal.
Okay.
This comes down to Kalis.
Wait, why didn't he transform?
Piece of shit system.
Ah.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, he didn't
They're
die
just
to the
fine for
demons,
us.
though. That's why.
We've been lucky.
Sorry.
This is your definition of lucky?
He got shot, that's why. Is that P?
Well,
Wait, I'm not wearing earrings.
this is Miller.
I didn't wear an earring all stream. Oh my god, I'm so mad at myself.
Debriefing? You need to get your damn priorities straight. Those things are still down there. What are you doing about them?
There will be plenty of time to talk things through. Right now, I suggest you count your blessings that you came through the other side. It's nothing short of a miracle that you survived down there.
I learned not to rely on anyone but myself. I was stronger than them all.
I can't believe I didn't wear
I'll do that
earrings.
We still on for next Sunday?
Janet's making hot pie. You bet your ass we're on.
I hope they
I'm
die.
used to this job.
Why would you want to?
At least this one was localized.
Small blessings.
So, what do you make of it all?
Doesn't matter what I think. Only thing that matters is controlling the flow of information. As far as the world knows, not a damn thing happened here.
Oh, you're a bitch. They're keeping it under wraps. Fuck you. Oh, that's the government. That's the government. That's very realistic. See, I don't fault them for that ending because I feel like that's what would happen in real life. Hi, Michael. How you doing? Oh, I didn't know this was by Bandai Namco.
You want to know what it means to be a killer? Think of the most profound thing you've ever done.
Is this the next game?
The most beautiful thing you've ever created.
I hope this is the next game.
And I promise you, it's nothing compared to watching the life bleed out of someone. To see the fear in their eyes.
This is the next game.
To feel them pawing at you for release. To hear them pleading, begging.
Oh, I kind of live. I love.
An artist. I've left my mark on the world.
He's like a serial killer. It's very Saw, yeah. Gag. That looks so good. Oh my god, that looks so good, bitch! That's the last one in the series. That's gonna be the 4th one. That's crazy. Season 1 finale. That looks so good, y'all. Wow. That looks amazing. That might be the best one yet if they do it right. And with the progression of like how the games are going, like how Man of Medan was the worst, Little Hope was good, and then this one was really good, and then the next one. I'm excited. That looks really good. I definitely really enjoyed it, Michael. It was really fun. But yeah, that was the end of it. We did it, y'all. Did it in one stream. I'm very happy we did that. That was so much fun. And I'm happy we got to see a trailer for the next game. I'm happy they added that at the end of the game. Thank you all for hanging and helping me with some tech issues I had earlier today. I appreciate it. Thank you all for the hype trains. Thank you all for sticking it out and watching this brand new game with me. It just came out, so thanks for experiencing it for the first time with me with no spoilers. Now, you know what happens, so if you go to someone else's stream. Yeah, I know. I'm very happy we got to do it. Thank you, Michael. I love you so much. Everybody, please follow Michael. So yeah, I'm gonna end stream now. Let's find someone on Stream Queens to raid because we got some fabulous raids today. And seriously, we're gonna raid Deer because they're playing the same game and I don't want anyone to get spoiled. Don't tell Deer anything that happens in the game, but they are currently playing the game right now with Twilight King. They're doing the co-op. We did not, unfortunately, get to do co-op today. So yeah, don't spoil anything for Deer. We're gonna raid them with, you know, because we just played, so y'all know what's going on. Maybe you'll see different endings over there, different character deaths or whatever. But yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday. I'm gonna take, I have work tomorrow, and then I'm gonna take Monday off to do some things to reflect, take the day off, whatever. I might stream Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, just because I didn't stream last week to make up for a lost stream. Depending on what we do on Tuesday, maybe there'll be a game that we're very addicted to that we want to play the next day. Really doesn't matter. I don't know yet. But I really am happy we did this tonight. If you missed anything, this will be on my YouTube channel. Pictures of this look will be up tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Thanks y'all. I love you all. I miss you all so much already. Thanks for hanging. I seriously appreciate it. I love y'all. See you on the next one. I'll see you on Tuesday.